anxiety of, let me look to try to reassure myself. Let me look to try to reassure myself. But the clinicians didn't seem overly curious. It was just like, well, she's saying this, check the box. She's saying this, check the box, and not following up.
Right. Right. And it's so Tamara had said the workaround is exactly that discussion and mother baby inpatient programs like they've done in other countries for years is that available as far as any of you know in the states?
There's a few in the United States. At UNC, there is one. Samantha Meltzer Brown opened it, and it probably has 5 beds. And there's someone in New Jersey that has to get to North Carolina, or there's someone in Kansas. Like, how is she going to get there? So it's such a desert, they call it, when there's no care.
And I can imagine that it's a very high risk as far as from a legal standpoint.
Yeah.
If you're bringing in people who feel like they can harm their children, right, with their baby.
Yep.
And then, so maybe 5 beds is all anyone could have because you got to have eyes.
Yeah, and they're not all ever filled. It is because then again, they're worried about, so if I'm admitting my fear is about the baby, but I'm bringing the baby, I'm setting them up for double liability. But they charged ahead, and they really have shown, they haven't lost anyone, but it is a lot. It's very layered.
All right. So I want to bring on someone in the backstage to tell a story. And I can't tell, Claire, if you or Stephanie or Kathy or Liz, like any of you that are on to share your story, pop your camera on real quick and wave your hand, and I'll, as opposed to an expert, and I'll grab you. All right. So Kathy is one, and I'm not seeing Claire or Stephanie, and then so is Liz. All right. So
Claire looks like she said she'd go on, but doesn't want to put her camera on, just FYI.
Right. But I wanted her to stick it on. Do you know if she's an expert, a professional, or a story wants to tell her story? I think it's to tell her story. So because I think she just waved. So I'll bring her next. I'm assuming that the order that you guys are appearing backstage is how you came on. So Claire, can you hear us? And you don't.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, so I tried to write an email to you guys with my story, but it gets so lost, and I've been struggling a little bit with some hypomanic symptoms the last couple of weeks. So I kind of vomited on the email and then emailed you immediately being like, don't read this. This doesn't make any sense. So I'm probably still not going to make a whole lot of sense, but
it's all right.
I have OCD and bipolar 2. I started showing symptoms of OCD when I was around 12. I came up with my first suicide plan when I was 12, and I've somehow made it to 38. So I've been in and out of the medical system, like the mental health care. I've seen every provider, been in every program, taken every single medication under the sun. And so I have a lot of thoughts about the Lindsay Clancy, and I've been relating to her way too much, which has been really scary the last couple of weeks. But the story that I wanted to tell, because I've got a million stories, but the story that I wanted to tell was about how I ended up kind of running into the legal system because of my mental health. Because I ended up I don't know exactly how it ended up working, but I essentially pled not guilty by reason of insanity, and then the charges were dropped. So I had a really strong spat of trying to get into different mental health care programs. And really, because I didn't get diagnosed with OCD until I was probably like 25-ish. And when I was finally diagnosed with OCD, it just sort of like everything kind of opened up and was like, holy shit, that's what my life has been. And so I was making good money at the time, so I could go to different doctors, and I had good insurance. And so I was trying to get into all these different programs. And one of the things I ran into the most was them saying, like, you're too much of a liability. We can't take you. Because I was trying to get into OCD programs, and in the OCD programs, they weren't as willing to accept people that were suicidal. So it kept being, you need a higher level of care, you need a higher level of care, which I think is really funny when they just say to you, well, you need a higher level of care, we won't take you, go home, find one. And so I finally, after being rejected from a ton of different programs, got into an inpatient program. I don't know if the professionals know Rogers in Wisconsin. And I do not live in Wisconsin. I live very far from Wisconsin. Um, and so but they weren't even willing to take me into their OCD program. They said, we need you in the sort of like depression, anxiety program first to get you stabilized, and then we'll put you in the OCD program. So I finally got inpatient. I was like so relieved. It is actually, when you're so sick, getting in and having somebody take care of like the basic things, it it you lose a lot of control, but it also feels so much better to some extent. Like when you can actually shower, you're being forced to shower every day, so you do shower every day. Um anyway, the so I went into that program, and I had this was 2016, I think. And I don't know what the state of the treatment is today, but TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, is what they were using on basically all of the sort of depression, anxiety patients. And I went in and I was like, yes, this is so exciting. I've been trying to get myself treated for so long. Maybe this will actually work. So I went in and I started having this done, which is for people that don't know, they put like a magnet on your, it's not what you see from the movies of them like putting you under and shocking your brain, but it's like little static electric shocks to your brain for like a half hour or something. They put like this headband on you. And so I started doing that. Well, when I started doing that, I started it's hard to sort of explain at this point. I started becoming manic from it, but nobody recognized it. So I was able to talk myself out of the sort of depression anxiety program and talk myself into the OCD program, but they continued to do the TMS. And the TMS kept making me worse and worse and worse. And so I was in the OCD program, not really being followed by the doctors that I should have been followed by, because I was no longer in the depression anxiety program. Anyway, I went absolutely nuts from this treatment. And I don't have a better way of putting it. I don't know. All of that sounds really bad from a mental health point of view, but I went not like I was out of my mind. And so they kicked me out of the hospital. Um, and this is again the same sort of thing. They kick you out, but they don't send you anywhere. They're like, you're too difficult to treat. So they kicked me out and they sent me back home, put me on a plane, sent me back home, and I was still out of my mind. And so I came back and I was still under the impression that, oh, no, TMS is going to save my life. It's going to be the best thing ever. So I found a TMS provider here. I saw them 2 times before they called me in and said, you cannot do this. Like, this is making you manic. Like, you're going downhill. Like, we need to stabilize you, and you cannot have TMS anymore. And within a week or two, my psychiatrist that I've been seeing forever was like, oh, she's back to baseline. Like, it was just, there had to be a responsible doctor that was paying attention, that said, like, oh, when we shock her brain, she goes slightly manic and has no control over what she's doing. And so we need to stop this. But it was several doctors in before somebody stopped it. And in that period of time, I came back, and my friends basically were angry at me for getting myself kicked out of the hospital. And I was also like losing my mind, couldn't understand, like, didn't know what I was doing. And I made some offhanded comment of like, oh my God, I could kill her. Right? Like, this sarcastic comment that in any other situation, people wouldn't think twice about it. Well, I ended up because I said that, I ended up being taken to court. I was my best friend and business partner filed a restraining order against me, and I didn't, and I had no idea what was going on. This was still while my brain was being shocked, and I was at home, and my aunt had come to live with me because everybody knew, like, something's not stable. Like, we need to gather around. And I live in Washington State. My aunt lives in New York. Like, they came out and were living with me. When the cops showed up, for two reasons. They showed up to serve this restraining order, but also because another friend of mine had called and asked for a safety check. So in the same visit, these cops were handing me a restraining order and making sure I wasn't suicidal. Restraining order from, like, what I would call my best friend at the time. And so the idea that those, like, they could do the two things at the same time was just crazy. Now looking back on it. But then in that moment, I didn't know what I was doing. I just keep saying my brain was being shocked. I had no idea what was going on. I immediately texted my friend. They served me the restraining order. You can't contact this person. I immediately texted her, like, what the fuck is this? And so then it was, oh, well, now you violated the restraining order. So now we're going to charge you criminally. And I was out of my mind. So I finally got, like, I had a lawyer, because we also had to dissolve the business because we were business partners. And it was just an absolute disaster. But I thank God now when I see all of these different cases, I know it was just like a misdemeanor, like, violation of a restraining order. But my lawyer said, like, our defense is going to be not guilty by reason of insanity because of this treatment she's undergoing. And and thank God the prosecutor said, okay, as long as we'll drop the charges if you extend the restraining order a year. I was like, fine. And then this was my best friend, business partner, and neighbor. And so she left the state. I moved like an hour away, and, never the two paths shall cross again. But it was that, I've got a billion stories like that, but that's the one where it kind of ran into the legal system, which is what I kind of sort of thought I should share with you guys.
No, and I appreciate you sharing, and thankfully, even though it was just a misdemeanor, still it has ramifications, and thankfully they took into consideration your mental health. Lisa or Crystal, anything to comment?
Yeah, Claire, first, I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm so glad you had good support systems in some ways, but in general, that's an area of interest of mine in the way that like the legal system overlaps with the mental health system in terms of like the treatment of people. Because statistically, people who are suffering from a mental illness are more likely to be the victims of crimes, not the people perpetrating the crimes. And so, you know, coming at it from what's called an abolitionist, anti-carceral mental health perspective is looking at how inherently when a provider acts as an authority and takes away people's autonomy, that can be a form of punishment instead of actually like support and allowing people to get better, in the ways that like often law enforcement escalate a situation instead of de-escalating a situation in terms of Claire's lived experience of setting her up for failure legally when she is in a place where she needed more support, not involvement in the legal system.
Yeah, the fact that those oh, it's echoing. The fact that the cops just didn't even take into consideration my mental state in the moment that they served the restraining order, and then turned around and it was just a mess. But like I don't even know what to say, because it was such a disaster, and there was nobody had the insight and then into what was happening, and it had to take external people to bring me out of it, but nobody external was able to do that. And the external people, like the cops and the prosecutor and everything, they just make it worse. And you just need somebody to look from the outside and say, hey, this is actually, she's going to all of these treatments, she's taking all this medication, she's having a brain shock like 3 times a week, and somehow, and oh, okay, so her personality has changed and her best friend is filing a restraining order. Like, maybe we should take a step back and say something else is happening, not just she's this horrible person that's made, when making a comment of, oh my god, I could kill her, actually is homicidal.
Right. Well, I appreciate you sharing your story, and it shines a light on the failures of the criminal justice system when it intercepts with mental health, like we are, seeing right now with Lindsay Clancy as well. But thank you very much, Claire. We appreciate you sharing your story.
Thank you for having me on, and thank you for doing this.
All righty. Bye-bye.
All right. So before we keep rolling, hold on. Let me get this out. So if you have sent an email and you've decided to come on, which I prefer, frankly, I think there's power in hearing it from the people themselves and their voice. Let me know, because what I don't want to be doing is having because I won't know if I'm reading somebody's email that has come on the show and told their story on the live. Does that make sense? So
yes,
if you being a guest on and you're telling your story, just say, hey, Bob, I sent an email. Disregard that. I'm going to tell my story live, because I figured once we got rolling with this that people would feel empowered to come on and tell their stories, because people are being so brave and sharing. And I think that's helping people get over their nerves of coming on with us and being able to tell us their story. So I wanted to throw that out there.
And I did tell Bob to look for Alex D's email. So right now we are going to do some emails and some
I thought I saw Alex in the backstage here. No? There was definitely an Alex that kept coming in and going out.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, there is an Alex. There is an Alex.
I don't know if that's the same Alex.
Alex, if that's you, just while you're backstage, turn on your camera and wave.
Give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you're the same Alex.
And I will kick myself if I don't do this. I did write a grief book beneath the grief tree for people 8 and older. So if that is something people are interested in, I would love if you go check it out. So thank you so much for that opportunity.
No, sure. Beneath the grief tree. I mean, people always need resources for grief, and this is important for all of that. Babe, do you want to play, either read an email or play?
Yeah, I'm gonna read an email. So I'll start with the emails. We'll do one, and then I'm telling y'all right now, we're at almost 4 hours. It's gonna have to be 2 parts. Like, we would have to go 15 hours, and we are bound and determined to have every single person's story told. I'm hoping next week there's going to be another off day where we can do it all day.
All right, so get
all
to
day.
it. Go ahead.
All right. So I just don't want people thinking like,
Oh, Crystal, can you give Tracy can you email us a link to your book, and Tracy will get it out there, or
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this is some people were very good about saying whether they wanted it to be read anonymously. Others weren't. I'm going to default to anonymous. If it sounds like a story that you wrote to me and you want me to share your first name, then let us know in chat and I will do that. I don't want to. I'd rather err on the side of caution than putting it out there without somebody's consent. Hello, Bob and Allison. I've been following your coverage of the Lindsay Clancy case, and I wanted to first thank you, as I'm so proud to be in this community. I would also like to share my experience with postpartum depression. After the birth of my first child, I experienced thoughts, feelings, and emotional struggles that were completely unlike anything I had experienced before. I felt overwhelmed, disconnected from myself, and frightened by how dramatically my mental state had changed. There were times when I did not recognize my own thoughts and struggled to understand what was happening to me. Intrusive thoughts no one should have to experience. Although it was brief for me, which I am grateful for. However, when you are going through it and literally in the middle of the weeds, it's suffocating you to no end. What many people do not realize is that postpartum depression and other perinatal mental health conditions can be far more severe and complex than simply feeling sad or exhausted after having a baby. The experience can affect every aspect of a person's thinking, emotions, and daily functioning, especially adding lack of sleep adds another layer. From my own experience, the thoughts were haunting, intrusive, mind can play tricks, and worst of all, no control. Sad part is you don't want to tell anyone, purely for protecting yourself of the humiliation and embarrassment. And only if admitting it out loud, then is it real. In other words, the struggle is real. I feel I robbed my husband and son of growing our family. And because knowing with each child it could get worse, I not only protected myself and others for unforeseen future, it still makes me sad. However, a happy trio family. Just imagine my PPD was 23 years ago, and you just simply don't forget about it. I wanted to add my perspective as someone who has personally experienced postpartum depression and understands how serious and life-altering these conditions can be. Then she said, "Thank you for discussing these difficult topics." I mean, it's our pleasure. Thank you for sharing. If you recognize that story and you wanna throw your name in chat, throw it in there.
And I'm assuming you guys that's like, it's very unfortunate. I struggle because I don't want to call it normal, because it's definitely not normal. And I feel like that was part of the issue with Lindsay, is that the healthcare professionals who hear it all the time are like, well, that's normal, but that it's all too often occurring severe situation that she's not alone in, kind of
And
thing.
you really have to be trained. Like, the other part of this is education and medical training, and no one owns a mom after she has a baby. I mean, we get to go at 6 weeks, right? And then woohoo, and you're out on your own. And then who's checking mom? The pediatrician? No, the baby's the patient. The OB? No, you're after 6 weeks. Who are you going to call? Your primary? And if no one's tracking you, who would you even feel comfortable telling you think something is wrong? Unless someone like settled in and looked at you and felt you and told you were safe, no matter what you were going to say, that we were going to help. We weren't going to hurt.
I watch postpartum people like a hawk as a clinician because it can change so fast. It's such a emotional stressor. And yes, it's a beautiful, wonderful thing, but I'm sure every parent in here would agree that it's a very hard mentally and emotionally and physically.
I always say it's the worst thing you could do for a marriage initially. And we talk about a lot of times, the partner disconnect and the role identity loss. And there's so much more going on than just having a baby. And that if all these empathic people are the ones that I'm seeing, they're feeling it so much more because they expect so much more of themselves. They've never had to ask for help. They were always the helpers.
You know what I'm realizing as I'm listening to the stories and I'm listening to you guys speak is how incredibly lucky I was, because my wife was incredible. Like none of that happened. I mean,
thank God. I don't know how I would have dealt with it.
You're a
I
superwoman.
just can't imagine.
But yeah, I don't even know.
Well, she would have had you. And if people have a partner who care or see or aren't, and not that I'm even putting blame on other partners. You have more kids, right? You have 3-4 kids. I'm just trying to give everyone a banana. So how do I know who's watching me or not watching me? Like, it sounds so easy to fault someone, but if you're with 4 little kids, someone is working for the money and someone is sitting at home trying to get a nap and so maybe you're not being noticed, but it's not a fault. But if she had had you, then you would have helped her.
100%. All right, let me read one more email and I think we'll bring another person up. So, hi, Bob and Allie. I wanted to share my mental health story with you, but I'm unable to speak it out loud. It's so similar to Lindsay Clancy's, but for the ending. It's scary. Do with it what you will, but please don't use my name. I'm not going to even mention it. But I subscribed back when Buried came out and my hometown bank closed and my only primary bill. So she's apologizing for not being a member. Quit doing that. So anyway, on Friday, I turned 60 and I'm a retired emergency department RN, followed by urgent care RN at the latter half of my career. Mom to 32-year-old twin sons and 2 incredible grandchildren. I'm widowed and generally quite happy and optimistic, and I take no medications. In 1997, I was 31 years old at the height of my career in a very busy city emergency department, 25 miles northwest of Boston. My children, 3-year-old twin boys, were terrors. I was 100% type A, badass perfectionist. Everything had to be done my way. If you didn't like it, well, there's the door. Definitely mild OCD. 2 years prior, my husband, an alcoholic, blew up our world when he killed a man drunk driving and was in prison. In May of 97, I fell into a deep depression. I lived alone with the boys and had no significant help. I was meeting their needs, showering them with love and affection, but unable to do anything else. I had to take a medical leave from work. I guess I had been in shock for 2 years as the accident and imprisonment of my husband happened in May of 1995. I'd functioned entirely normal for 2 years. In September of 1997, I was put on Prozac, and almost immediately I was cured of my depression. I felt as if I should have been on this drug my entire life. I was on top of the world. I went back to work, out drinking with the crew, worked out 2.5 hours a day, 6 days a week at the gym. Truly amazing. By November of 97, something was off. I didn't feel so great. No more top of the world. I couldn't sleep. My thoughts were racing so fast that I had to write and write and write just to try to expel them from my head. I can't tell you the thoughts, what the thoughts were. It was 30 years ago, but I probably couldn't have told you what they were 6 months after I had them. I felt like my mother and sister were out to get me. And again, the darkness of depression enveloped me, but I didn't tell anyone other than work, and only that I needed more leave for medical reasons. By January, I decided I could not go on. I absolutely could not live another day in the pain. I felt, however, I loved my beautiful boys so deeply, so intensely. And I knew then, as crazy as it may seem, I know now that there was no one who could possibly take care of them and keep them safe. And that was in all caps, as well as I could. I decided because I had to die, I would just have to take my beautiful babies with me. I did have a plan, despite the fact that these men are now 6'2" and 200 pounds solid muscle. It's far too painful for me to share what my plan was. It was 3 a.m. I was making preparations to execute my plan, and I heard a voice. Previously, I had no hallucinations or voices. The voice I heard, neither male or female, said, "Call Phil." Phil's my little brother. He's now a retired police sergeant, then a young cop. I told him I needed help. I can't remember what else I told him. I guess I've blocked it out. Came to my house in what seemed like seconds. He called my best friend to stay with my children, then get them to my mom. He brought me to the ER. I was committed to 7 days inpatient behavioral health, followed by 8 weeks of 5-day-a-week outpatient all day mental health treatment. I had a complete nervous breakdown. I was told that the Prozac made me hypomaniac, which in turn led to a crash. I was put on a mood stabilizer for a few years. And severe anxiety that I had since the kids were born, that I'd been hiding from everyone. Did I mention I'm first generation Irish? It's basically a moral sin to talk about our emotions or express feelings. True story. I wasn't diagnosed bipolar. It was believed to be just a giant situational clusterfuck. The only forever medication I ended up with was a benzo twice a day. They'll pry those out of my cold, dead hand. LOL. Anyway, I believe with all my heart, this is how Lindsay was feeling about her children. I don't claim to know her diagnosis or if she heard a command. It's not for me to judge. I don't think it's for anyone to judge. Her story and mine are so similar, it's scary. But for some unknown reason, it could have been me in her shoes, and my heart breaks for her. People say what about the kids? I don't think at all about them. They're gone. Maybe it's those 20 years doing time in the ER. I've seen hundreds upon hundreds of babies leave, and I know they're at peace. Lindsay isn't. Anyway, do with what you will with my story. My guess, there's a whole lot of moms and grandmoms out there with stories just like it to tell.
Oh, oh my God, my heart. How many years later? 30? And can you feel
30.
like it was yesterday to her? I've been on airplanes and there's been a 60, like a grandma sitting next to me, and you chit chat and she'll tell me a story about her as a mom 40 years ago. And she starts bawling because it's still she's so devastated and mad and hurt by herself. And it just is amazing how so many people, so many more than that statistic. There's no studies. There's nothing, if people aren't admitting it, which they're not, then we have to add in this pretend number. Right. Whenever I talk somewhere, I say 1 in 3. I don't say 1 in 8, because there's a spectrum of it. You could have not baby blues to PPD, but literally perinatal mental health. I could just be obsessing about the baby's breathing. So I buy a nano, I buy an owlet, I buy the blanket, I buy the pad, I buy the monitor. That's PMEDs.
Yeah.
But I don't say it to anybody because I've managed it. And then it can go all the way there. So there's half the people are never even saying anything.
All right. So I'm just realizing now how I can see the backstage chat. I've been trying to figure it out.
What do you mean, the private chat?
Yeah. And so I'm going to bring Kathy on because she's got to go. And then we'll let, after Kathy tells her story.
We got to bring Samantha up. She's been hanging.
Yes, Samantha is next. And there was, and I was trying to figure out who the other experts are back there. But let's bring Kathy up, and then after she tells her story, we'll sub out Crystal. And
I'm gonna move off screen so you guys can do the 4.
All right, and get your audios ready.
You ready for me?
Yes. Sorry, Kathy.
I've been crying
Take your
since
time.
the last 4 hours that you've been on. So,
So understandable.
so my story is, and I'm glad Crystal's here because I'm 58, and at 55, I checked into the inpatient outpatient treatment, and they told me that I was probably ADHD, paralysis, and autistic burnout, and my brain couldn't function anymore. But it was an out of care because I had Kaiser insurance, and they didn't have anybody to treat me, so they put me to another network. So they told me they couldn't diagnose me, and they sent me back to Kaiser. And I went back to Kaiser, and they told me um, that they don't treat adult autism. So I guess we're never diagnosed, but we're supposed to live with this for the rest of our lives. So I've had about 5 insurances since then, and nobody will diagnose adult autism. And I did get my ADHD diagnosis, and I'm combined. There's two. There's like, you guys can say, I can't remember, hyperactive and another one I can't remember, but I'm both of them. So anyway, so my story is, I was born into a family that my parents hated our guts. They told us every single day what a burden we were, and my dad didn't want us. And so all of us got jobs when we were like 10, 11 years old. We all had to support ourselves, and we lived like we were poor. We got all our stuff at Salvation Army, or when my mom made it. And my dad had absolutely nothing to do with us. He would tell my mom, your kids this, your kids that. And then he was our biological dad. And my mom was like in her own world. She read the Bible all day long, or she'd go to the car and read the newspaper, and she just never interacted with us. So my sister and I were good in sports. So the only time she ever interacted with us was like at sports, and then she was like, yay, that's my child, my child's the best, and look at me, I'm the best mother because I'm supporting my kid. And we'd go home, and she'd totally ignore us and then tell us, you could have done that better, and you could have done this better. And so we never went to the doctor, and our parents would say, unless you're dying, I don't want to hear about your problems. So so when my sister was, so then my mom was a Bible thumper, and the 2 older ones are 2 years apart, and then me and my other sibling, the 3 of us were 1 year apart. And my mom would line us up front by our height in front of her Bible school class, and she would allow 2 men to take us upstairs and you know what to us. I can remember from like 2 years old until 12 when I finally told my mom, I'm not going to church anymore. I'm not going to. And my mom would triangulate us together, so we never told each other, because we just assumed. But I also know now, if I told my mom, I probably would have been a drug addict, prostitute, or something. So my brother was high on meth, and he killed his best friend. And so when he was in prison, he told my mom when he was like 20, and my mom called him a liar. And my sister told when she was in her 30s, and my mom called her a liar. And in my 30s is when I asked my sister, and my sister said, yeah, it happened. And she said there was another deacon at church that also did it to her, but there's 2 that did me. And So I told my mom when I was 45, when my dad was on his deathbed. And again, my mom called me a liar. So my other siblings already told her. She said I was a liar and I just want attention. So I'm 58 and I was no contact with my mom since I was 25. I just like, all you do is cause me harm and I don't want anything to do with you. So she's one of those mothers that for the last 30 years, she sends me snail hate mail and tell me what awful daughter I am. She'll get like a card and she'll say, I can't find a card that describes you because you're a horrible monster of a daughter. So she'll cross it out and she'll just say, love mom on it. And she does that to every one of us. There's 4 of us. People always say, I can't imagine parents being so awful, which pisses me off because there are people that are that horrible that do things to their children. It's like she gets her jollies off of doing this to us. So I tell my siblings, stop talking to her. She's evil. Don't talk to her. And my brother just says, I want a mom and I want a dad. And he's the one that murdered his best friend when he was high. And when we were growing up, we weren't close because he would steal all my stuff and my parents would give him everything on a silver platter and I had to work for everything. And so in a way I was like, deserves you right. You were such a spoiled child and you got everything. But in the end, I was like his mother and I supported him when he got out of prison. He was in the same job for like 20 years until he hurt his back and then he got hooked on Oxycontin. Then he was in and out of prison and he just lost his house. He's owned his house for 20 years and he just lost it to foreclosure. And so I just like to explain like his psychosis. Like I'd call the police, I'd call everybody for help and they would tell me, just as long as he can have a conversation, he's normal and we can't do anything about it. I'm telling him he's not normal. You guys are going to kill him. He's a Mexican dark-skinned male and you guys are going to shoot him and kill him. And they wouldn't do anything. So sure enough, they shot up his house with like 24 gas thingies and they made him strip naked and sent a dog after him. When they know that he's psychotic and have mental issues, it just, the police system just makes me so angry. So then, I'm sorry, I got ADHD, so I'm going to go back and forth. So my sister was 16, and all of us have like super bad anger issues, just like snap, and we're gone. Our anger is just out of control rage. And so my sister, I shared a bedroom with her and we were never friends. She was like one of my biggest bullies. And that's another thing. My parents were my biggest bullies. I couldn't keep my room clean and my mom would just say, you're such a disaster. Shut your room. I don't want to look at your mess. Instead of helping me clean it up. And then my brother, my oldest brother, would tell me, if your head wasn't attached, you would lose it too, which is the story of my life. So here, 7, 8-year-old can see that his sister is in a crisis. Her head is not attached. She can't find anything. And my mom would just shame and blame and humiliate me instead of getting me help. And then my mom would tell me, you're the most miserable person to be around. Everything hurts your ears and tastes bad and smells bad and everything hurts your skin and you won't wear this. And I had eczema growing up. So all the stuff hurt my skin and I was just like a big mess with eczema. And every night I'd have to get the courage to go ask her to wrap my arms because if she did it, they would just be raw from itching at them. And she'd just like, oh, why can't you do this yourself? You're such a pain. Why don't you just grow up? And my whole childhood, I had to beg to ask her to simply put things on my arm to protect me. Then, so I was in 15-year-old All-Stars. And I had to get up in the morning early to go practice because it was too hot in the afternoon. So my sister would be in the bathroom, and I'd be banging on it, tell her to open the door, and she wouldn't. So, you could get a end of a fork and open the lock. So I'd open it up, and she was naked, and she had contacts in her hand, and she was trying to flush them down the sink. And usually she's combative, and yell and scream, call each other names. So I'm like, what are you doing? And she's telling me, like, they told me to flush the contacts down the sink. They're evil. I'm evil. I'm a sinner. And that's how she talked the whole time. I'd ask her a question and she'd just be monotone. So I'm trying to get the contacts, and then I'm yelling at my mom to come help. And then all you know is they took her away, and they took her. And then I went to practice, and she was acting like the weeks before. She would just sit in bed with her legs crossed, and she'd be reading the Bible and talking to herself, but like in that tone, she'd read the Bible and just talk back to herself. So anybody knows there's something wrong with her, but here I am, a 15-year-old, having to be an adult and tell my mom there's something wrong with my sister. Yeah, I hate her guts, but go help my sister. Something's wrong with her. Go help her. And my mom would say, we don't have insurance. Your dad doesn't want to do anything. We can't do anything. So she had that first incident, and I'm begging my mom, there's something wrong with her. Do something. And she won't. And then, I don't know, a couple weeks later, again, she's locked in the bathroom. So I'm banging, and I go get the fork. She's completely naked. She's got my big, huge bottle of powder, talcum powder, and she's poured it over her head. And I'm asking her what's wrong, and she's just like, I'm a sinner. I'm evil. They're telling me I'm a sinner and I need to get rid of all my sins. And so every time you just talk to her, everything was about being a sinner and how evil she is, and she had to cleanse herself. So again, I go get my mom and beg her to go do something. And I go off to practice, and she's just a zombie walking around, and she's not combative like she normally is, and she'll talk to you, but she's always saying these voices are telling her this and the voices are telling her that she's evil and stuff. So finally, when I got back from practice, my mom told me, go tell your sister that we're going to go on vacation. And I'm like, what does that mean? And she says, well, we're going to go to the hospital, but I don't want you to tell her that. I want you just to tell her that we're going on vacation. And I'm like, I'm a child and you're making me do this? So I have to go tell my sister. And she literally packed up her whole bedroom. And there was my brother's friend was there who had a car just like my mom. And she was packing all her stuff into this guy's car. And I'd tell her that's not mom's car's over there. And so I'd have to take her stuff and put it in my mom's car. And it was just full of crap. When I kept telling her, okay, you have enough. Let's go. We have to go on vacation. Let's go. So I'm throwing stuff out of there so there's room for me to go in there and her to go. So then we went to the hospital. And I think they must have medicated her because I don't know, Baker Act, whatever. I think she didn't go in there voluntarily. She's a child. I'm sure she didn't have the right to do that. But so she went in there and we couldn't see her. And then when we finally were able to see her, the first couple times she'd just sit there like a zombie and she would talk to us. And then my mom got a call that we had to go to the hospital. And we get there, she's just throwing things around and she's being super violent and saying that she's not going to go on the drugs because they make her a zombie and she refuses to take the medication, and she's calling everybody in the hospital crazy. And she's saying that she's not crazy and there's nothing wrong with her. And so they then would come home, and my dad would come home from work and say, "Is she still in the hospital? Is that crazy girl still in the hospital? You know how much money this is costing me? You need to go in there. You need to go get her out of the hospital." So my mom would go and tell my sister, "You have to take your medication. You know how much this is costing you, and your dad's mad. And they're not going to release you until you take your medication." And she's just furious, saying that she's not going to take the medication. So finally, we convinced her to take the medication. And I don't remember how long, but they said she had to be on stable for a couple of days before they would release her. So then when they released her, she refused to take the medication. And then another thing, the doctors told us that they weren't going to release her because our household was so toxic that it was making my sister sick. And they told us that my parents had to separate before they were to release my sister. So my mom had to file for a divorce, and then we moved to an apartment. All of us kids, there were 3 of us, moved to an apartment. But they went to court. My mom got the house and child support and alimony. But she says, "I didn't marry your dad for money, so I'm not going to take anything. We're just going to go live in this house, and we're going to live like we're poor." And this is what my mom did, was just like guilt us our entire life. And then I remember when I was 12, I had a paperwork out until I was 10. And I would tell my mom, about 12, I'd start telling her, "Mom, I saved up all this money. Can we move out and I'll pay the rent?" I tell my mom I couldn't do it anymore. And my mom would just humiliate me and like, "How am I supposed to pay the rent with your paper route money?" And for a parent not to know what damage that they're doing to the 4 kids. And my mom was, everything was about money. "I don't have any money. How am I supposed to do this?" And then when my dad was on his deathbed, I told her something like she was the cause of all of our mental health issues. And I told her, "I've been begging you to move out since we were 12. And she says, "Oh, you didn't ask me until I was 15. And I'm like, "I don't care how old I was. You shouldn't have been putting us through that. It was your job to protect us as kids." So that's kind of like when I was 25, I moved out. So my whole life they would tell me, "If you don't want to follow the rules, then just leave." So my brother started running away when he was like 12. He was constantly running away. So my parents, mostly my mom, would tell me, "If you don't like the rules, then you could just move out." So from 12 on, I was saving my money so I could move out when I was 17, is when I graduated. So when I was 17, I moved out because I could not live in that household anymore. I can't remember what I was going to say.
It's okay. Take your time. It's okay.
So,
Yeah. Take a breath.
So we moved out. So my sister was a year older than me, and so she was class valedictorian. So she would say that she wasn't going to take the drugs because it numbed her, and she couldn't think, and she wanted to be the valedictorian. That's why she was saying she wouldn't take the medication. And then also to go back, I remember I could never read. I was beg my brothers and sister to read to me, and my sister was just horrible. She'd make fun of me and just tell me, "Read yourself. Read it yourself. Why do I have to do it for you?" And I tell her, "I can't read. I can't read. Will you read this to me?" And she'd just make fun of me. And then when I went to first grade, the teacher was making me read, and I couldn't read. She had this big yardstick, and she would hit me on the back of the chair and tell me, read, I want you to read. And I couldn't read. So I was in reading from first grade until sixth grade because I couldn't read. Nell knew I was in reading class. And it wasn't until I was in outpatient treatment I figured out that I'm dyslexic. I can't read because I'm dyslexic. And I couldn't do math. Now I find out that I'm dyscalculia. I'd count on my fingers and I couldn't. My mom would ask me what time it is. I could not tell what time it is. And now I know it's because I have dyscalculia. So the best thing was when those digital clocks came, when they'd flip and they'd have a number. So that's the only way I could tell time, because it would flip and then I could tell what the time was. But I couldn't tell time on an analog clock. And I couldn't memorize my alphabet. Like, people would say it backwards and I just couldn't do it. So my mom would just make fun of me and I would pronounce all my words, try to say my words, and my mom would just humiliate me and tell me, that's not how you read. Why can't you just do it? It was so funny, and she'd always say, because of you kids, I wanted to be a teacher and I can't be a teacher. And just the way she treated me my whole entire life. And I'm like, witch, you're awful. I had learning disabilities my whole life and you treated me this way? And yeah, so then after sixth grade, they just moved me on to seventh grade. I could never read. So I always got super good scores, but it was because I'd go home and I'd lock myself in my bedroom and I'd read it over and over and over, trying to comprehend what I was reading. And now I know why. It's because my dyslexic, I was reading the words wrong and they didn't make any sense. So I'd read something, it just didn't make sense because I didn't have the words right. And then another thing, I figured out so many things in intensive outpatient. So when people say things to me, I can't understand what they say. And so they say something and the word doesn't make sense. So I have to go back and put in a word so that it makes sense. I'm like, oh, that's what they were saying. So then by whatever they said later on, I don't know what they said because I'm so trying to figure out what they said in the first place. So I figure out I have audio processing disorder. So I don't hear my words right. So when people talk to me, it doesn't make sense. So then COVID-19 came around and my brain just blew up because people's mask. And I couldn't understand what people were saying with their mask on. And I didn't put it together again until I was in outpatient treatment. And I'm just like, I can't understand what these people are saying. And so then back to my sister. So she went off to college and I really didn't have anything to do with her. And then I graduated when I was 17. I moved out. So I just didn't have anything to do with my sister. And then in her senior year, she came back to our hometown and I was working and I lived someplace else. So I drive down the main street of our city and she'd be standing on the street corner with a Bible saying, you're a sinner, you're going to go to hell, you need to repent, lightning's going to strike you. I mean, it was so embarrassing. So I'd go tell my mom, your daughter's on the street corner preaching. So we'd go get my brother and we'd literally kidnap her off the street and put her in a car and take her away. And then we'd go all to work and I'd come back to work and she'd be there doing it again. I tell my mom, you need to go get her treatment. And my mom would she's stupid. So it was during spring break. So then at the end of the week, there were people that were doing it with my sister. And then my sister ended up getting in this church group and she had like 1 semester to go to graduate. She was in a criminology degree and she went to California with this church group and she's been there ever since. And she is my mother and my father put together. She had 3 kids and she abuses those kids worse than my parents abused us. I just can't figure out how people repeat those. So I said, well, my mom would always tell me I had a boyfriend and I'd spend the night with him, and she'd tell me that I was a slut and that he was only using me for sex. And I forgot what I was to say. I forgot what I was going to say, but here's another point. So my mom would just tell us our whole life that boys were there to have sex and boys would never like you. And then when I was 55 years old, this woman kept emailing me on Facebook asking me to respond, and I wouldn't. I'm like, who is this stupid person? And they kept email messaging me and commenting on my pictures. So I was just about ready to delete her. And then she says, could you be my sister? And then she posts a picture and it's a spitting image of my mother. Like, what the fuck? So she said she was given away for adoption in San Antonio, where my mom was. Then she says, I think my dad was in the military, and my dad was in the military. So she had it all down. So I call my mom and ask her. Of course, she says, oh, you're a liar. You always make everything up. Well, that's another thing. I was a scapegoat. Everything was my problem, and I was the cause of all the family problems. So I hadn't talked to her in like 30 years. She sends me snail mail telling me how I'm still the cause of all the problems, yet I haven't talked to her in 30 years. So then when I was 19, I went to my mom's reunion. And our entire life, my mom would tell us that our mom and dad died young and that we didn't have parents and she didn't have any brothers and sisters. And she would never talk about them. And then one time, somebody called. I was still living at home, so I had to have been about 15. And some guy called and he said his name was Jesus. And he was my mom's brother. So I tell my mom, Jesus called and he says it's your brother. My mom just was pissed. I don't have a brother, and it's not Jesus, it's Jesus or whatever. So she denied it. And then, so when I was 19, I went to my mom's reunion. And then lo and behold, I meet her brother. And one day my mom was crying. So I asked her friend, and they talked Mex text. And we were not allowed. My dad was racist. My mom's full-blooded Mexican, and we were not allowed to eat Mexican food or talk Spanish, Mexican in our house. So I don't know anything about Spanish. So my mom's friend was talking Mex text, so I could kind of understand what they were saying, but not really. So I asked my mom, what's going on? And she said that my mom's dad had just died. I go, what do you mean? He's been dead our entire life. What do you mean he just died? And she said, no, so she told me that he shot his wife and then he fled to Mexico. And I'm like, what? So I guess my mom never wanted to tell us that. So then another day my mom was crying and I asked again, what's going on? And my mom never cried. I mean, she's like the worst witch. So seeing her cry, I'm like, whoa, my mom's never cried in her life. So another time she was crying and I asked why she crying. And then they said, so-and-so just brought up that your mom gave a child up for adoption. So that person's asking about that. I'm like, why would somebody ever bring this up? So I went home and I told my family, mom had a child and she gave it up for adoption. And they're all like, oh, baloney, Kathy, you always make up these stories. So I just went out of my head. And then, so when I'm 55, this woman contacts me. And so sure enough, it's my full-blooded sister. And my family was already dysfunctional, toxic, and my mom was. So I didn't talk to her. So my family is saying that she can't get out of bed and she's so mad that her secret got, I mean, she was like 85 years old to find out that your child that you gave up for adoption is now wanting to speak with you. And then my sister just kept saying, I need to talk to your mom. I want to do is tell your mom that I turned out okay. And I'm telling her, you're lucky that you went and got adoption. My family was hell. My whole life I was asking my mom. So this is another thing. Since like 12, I'd ask my mom to put me in foster home or give me up for adoption. I couldn't live that way anymore. My mom would just say, oh, you think a foster home's going to be better than this? At least you got a roof over your head. So this woman was just like adamant, I got to talk to your mom. And I'm like telling her, you know what you just did to our family? My family's already dysfunctional. And now you're coming into my family. So she's contacting all my brothers and sisters. And my other brother just would not talk to her. And he's like, bullshit. And my sister's like, yeah, who cares? But, you know, get out of my life. And so my mom, of course she took it bad. But I'm like, I don't give a shit. You're such a horrible parent to me. And I'm like, okay, it's found out. She's your daughter. I mean, I don't expect my mom to accept her. I don't expect my mom to talk to her. But this woman kept saying, I'm going to go where your mom lives and I'm going to go talk to your mom. And I'm telling her, stop it. My mom's already in a bad position and my mom's a monster. Just leave her alone. And this woman was just like, I have every right to. And I'm like, yeah, you do. But you know what? My family's already bad enough. And now you're bringing this into our life. You don't need to do this. Then to find out she's ADHD and autistic too. And so she would have been the first sibling. So she's like a spitting image of me, which is kind of scary. But I ended up blocking her because, I mean, just the entitlement that just because you're my sister that you have the right to go in. So I kind of want to advocate that for other people. It's like, yeah, you were given up for adoption, but if they're not looking for you, just drop it. You know how much more trauma it caused to our family. And she would say, well, like, I have all these abandonment issues. And I'm just like, you know, fine if your mother, if she was a nice person, but she had 4 more kids that she couldn't stand. So why do you want to meet this woman so bad? And then to top that off, I find out, so I asked my aunt if my parents had another child, and my aunt says, oh yeah, before they got married, your dad had another child before they got married. And I'm like, oh great, now I have 2 siblings. And then to go back to my story, my mom would tell me that I was going to get pregnant, no one was going to care about me, and then to find out that she had the time I didn't know that she'd given a child up for adoption. Now just to look back and just think, the way you treated me and called me a slut because I was sleeping with my boyfriend when I was 18 years old. I mean, it just shows you how this is. Some people are just not equipped to be a parent. So,
hey, Kathy, you've unpacked.
Babe, your microphone.
Oh, hold on. Let's I don't know why it does that. Hold on.
So I'm just going to say this while he's looking to fix that, and hopefully the professionals can chime in. Last thing I want to do is give an excuse like to your mother, but I feel like you need to know that it sounds like she was incapable of loving you, and hopefully now at your age you have realized you're worthy of love, and you were lovable, but that she, you know, I don't know, because like I said, I don't want it to seem like I'm giving an excuse for a mother. So I'll let you.
No, you're right. Just because someone gets the title mother doesn't make them a mother. And you got cheated of having a mother, Kathy, that you want so desperately. I see that, and I'm just hugging you. And I'm so sorry.
And Bob and I are talking about, because there's some people who saying they want to reach out. And
yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. You know, you've unpacked a lot here today. And I don't know how often, if you ever talk about this, and I'm concerned. I want to make sure you have somebody to talk to when you're off this live. All right. I don't want, you're not alone.
And I
Okay.
did share my email. I will help her get resourced to people in her area. So, Kathy, I sent my email. Send me an email, and I will absolutely do whatever I can to help you get set up with somebody.
And Kathy, put your email in the private chat as well. But Bob and I have decided we're going to. We'll have to ask you guys which social media. I feel like Facebook's the easiest, but that's like because that's where I used to go all the time before I stopped social media, to set up a private group of the people here that want to continue to talk to each other and share with each other, because this is it's such an emotional outpouring that, like Bob's saying, we don't want to just leave people with no continued support. So we're going to figure out something for that as well. So that you've got this private space that only people can get in there, that, Bob and I have, or whoever we set up to help us with this, like approved, and we're part of this, or want to be part of this, and we can't leave you guys alone.
Because Kathy's story really is so beautifully, I don't mean beautifully in terms of I am so sorry for what you went through, but really shows how layered trauma is, from both the trauma we experience, but the vicarious trauma of the things that we're seeing around us, because we live in a context, we don't live in a vacuum.
So I'll make it quick. I want to tie the two things back. So I was going through a toxic workplace at my work, and I was saying I'm having anxiety and depression, and they would just tell me, you're disorganized, you can't communicate, and you can't manage your time. And I knew in my head I was doing the work of 4 people, 5 people, and that's what they would come back every single time, was that. And I was confused because I knew I was, but at work I wasn't. At work my desk was a mess, but I could get my job done, and I have an IT background and I can automate everything. So they wouldn't help me. So then I had a nervous breakdown, and then I started using the word, I'm in a mental health crisis. So I sent a message to the superintendent, and his response was, if you're sick. I told him I wanted to talk to him, and he said that I gave him an ultimatum. He told me, I wrote it down in a 10-page thing, and he said, that's not how this works. And then I had 400 hours of leave, and he says he told me I'm abusing my leave. So basically he didn't do anything for 3 years. Then I was put under investigation. But so he told me to stop roaming around mental illness because he's got a long history of mental illness. So he was basically telling me, since my mental illness didn't compare to him, to shut the F up. And this is an employer. So I just want, because I'm speaking out so that employers know, stop doing this to your employees. And there's federal laws about discrimination. And they didn't write the laws. There was he worked for the governor, and the governor gave an executive order to do this. And they didn't write those policies. And I kept asking them where those policies were. So after they put me under investigation, then they implemented some of those laws, and the reasonable accommodation, they never did update it. So anyways, I went through, so they demoted me, and they wouldn't let me put me on. They told me that I could resign or they were going to terminate me. And I told them, yeah, go ahead and terminate me because I'm not signing this. And then they were forced to give me PFMLA. And then when I returned, they demoted me. So anyway, so a year later, I was going through the same crisis. They still weren't doing anything. So I checked into the intensive outpatient treatment, and I would just like to tell people what it was like. And again, this is during COVID-19, so it should have been inpatient, but we were just on the computer. And what it was just talking about mental illness and how to take meds. And I can't remember, I mean, these people are on here. So it was just all the things that could be wrong with your body and how your brain works. And so here I'm in a mental health crisis. I can't stop thinking, and I'm supposed to pay attention to what they're teaching us. So I thought it was going to be in there and we'd talk about what our issues are, but it wasn't. It was like education of all of the things that could be wrong with you. So they were talking about executive dysfunction. So after the thing, I told the counselor, I said, So this is what they're calling one-on-one is there's a counselor that teaches these class and they're telling you that that's a one-on-one. So unless you set up an appointment, and if you get an appointment, so I set up an appointment and I told her, all of these executive functioning, my brain does not do any of these. I have no memory. I can't I'm disorganized. I can't remember what they are, but I can't do any of these. I've never done any of these my whole entire life. And then she told me, well, you're probably ADHD and you're in paralysis. You can't think because your work won't give you any help. And I'm like, yeah. And I was simply asking for them to give me a position description and expectations, which is mandatory by the law. And they would not give that to me because then they forced me to do my supervisor's job. So anyways, and then the next one, they were talking about your senses. And then I told the lady, I've been told that 10 years ago, I found a book that says that I'm a highly sensitive person. All of this stuff is jacked up for me. And then she told me, well, you're probably autistic. And then again, they told me, we're not your provider. You're out of network. So you need to go to your doctor. So I went to my doctor and they told me they don't diagnose autism. So I got no help. And then, so I was under investigation the second time and they wouldn't listen to me. Let's see, how do I explain this? So I'd be in a meeting asking for help and these images would come in my head, like my perpetrators with their head blowing off. And I like shake it off because I didn't want these in my head. I'm like, oh, what's going on? And so I'm in these meetings begging for them to give me help, allowing me to stop working because I couldn't work. And they were telling me, no, you need to go to work. And these images would just, whoever was talking to me, like their head would just blow off. And I'm like, what's that? And then finally in one of the meetings, I mean, I was having thoughts of her head blowing off. And in the meeting, I finally told her, now I understand why Kelty jumped off the 19th story. So she's like, oh, you're suicidal. Oh, you're suicidal. So they made me talk to a counselor, but I had to return to work the next on Monday. They made me return to work and they did nothing about it. And then they lied on paperwork and said that I was going to kill my coworkers. So then I went through an investigation and I knew I was going to get terminated because they wouldn't listen to me. So I checked into the mental hospital. So here's another thing. So in 2021, I wanted to check into the mental hospital and they told me there's no beds, that you have to go to the emergency room and you have to sit there until a bed opens. So that's how you get treatment. You have to sit there. And I said, well, how long is it? And she said, I don't know. It could be 1 day to 3 days to whatever. You need to sit there and then that will hold your spot. And that's how you're going to get into the mental hospital. I'm like, I can't even function. I have to sit in the emergency room. And she's like, yeah, that's the only way you can get in. So I was calling up my doctors, telling them that I was having a heart attack. And I was telling them that I can't think. I think I have Alzheimer's. I can't remember anything. And they're just like, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. What's going on in your life? Are you? I'm telling them I'm getting fired. I'm under all these investigations. They're like, oh, yeah, it's just anxiety here. Take these medications. So like they're saying they just push these medications on me. So then I enter into the mental hospital and I literally spent, so they told me, so I was drinking a lot because it was the only way I could cope. So they told me, one, I couldn't get in there unless I quit drinking for like a week. And then, so I got in there. So I kept calling the emergency line and I would tell them, I haven't taken a shower in like 2 weeks and I don't brush my teeth and I can't take care of myself and I can't pick up my dog's poop. I can't pay my bills. And the person on the counselor line just told me, what do you mean you can't brush your teeth? Go brush your teeth. And like, I could get up and like go brush my teeth when she told me that. And I'm like, well, yeah, when you're telling me to do that, I can do that. But I don't have anybody sitting in my house telling me to go do that. It's not like I don't want to do that. I just can't get my brain to go do that. And then she's like, well, there's nothing wrong with you. If you can get up and brush your teeth, there's nothing wrong with you. And I'm telling her, lady, I haven't brushed my teeth in a week. I've been taking a shower in 2 weeks. I want to do it, but I can't do it. And she's like, well, there's something wrong with you. Well, she'd say, well, there's something wrong with you, but something's not right if you can go get it and do it now. So if one of the counselors can explain that. But yeah, I wanted to, I just couldn't do it. So, so my toilet was backed up and I didn't have the capacity to call someone to fix my toilet. So this is embarrassing. I was pooping in a 5-gallon bucket. So I told the counselor, I can't call anybody for help. I mean, I'm pooping in these 5-gallon buckets. And then I checked in the mental hospital and they told me, well, you can't come into the mental hospital unless you agree to not spread poop all over the walls. I'm like, I never said I was going to spread poop against the wall, so I don't know if that's why they let me in. But so everywhere I went, they would say, are you still spreading poop on the walls? And I'm like, it's not what I said. So then you check in, they give you a blood test. So they wanted to see what I was on. And I don't know, to see if I was drinking or what, but they gave me a blood test. And then I talked to the psychiatrist for no more than 15 minutes. And they just like give you your background and what's going on with you. And the reason I checked in was because I kept calling for help and they kept telling me, our psychiatrists are booked for 9 months. So we can't test you for ADHD or autism for 9 months. Anyway, we don't even test for autism, but we can't test you for ADHD for 9 months. So the only way you can see a psychiatrist is if you check into the mental hospital. So I checked into the mental hospital and I'm like, when am I going to get my testing? When am I going to get my testing? And they're like, oh, what are you talking about? We're not going to give you any testing. So now listening to Lindsay, it makes me wonder if they ever got the paperwork from the outpatient treatment. So then again, the mental hospital was just like outpatient treatment. You just go to all these classes and they talk about mental illness and you just sit there. I mean, you can ask questions if you want, but it's not a one-on-one. And
Kathy, can I intervene for a second? Because I think you're saying something that most people don't know. My name is Samantha, by the way. You're right. When people go into mental institutions like Lindsay did, like you're describing, primarily that's just for medical stabilization. So that's for medicine. But most people don't know that. And they're not describing that well in the trial either. So, this idea that you get therapy or you go to groups, you go to education groups, as you're pointing out, but they're not actually really therapeutic groups, right? They're not even probably as therapeutic as what you're experiencing here with all of us. So, and I very much appreciate you being willing to share so much. It's beautiful. I'm watching the chat and I see everybody is just really moved by your story and your sharing. So I very much appreciate that.
So it makes me mad listening to them saying, oh, she had all this treatment. No, she didn't. And it makes me so mad that that's what they think treatment is. So we would go to these classes where we'd meditate. And then the guy would say, and he was just a pompous ass, he'd say, like, so how did everybody do in your meditation? And I'd say, meditation? How are you supposed to meditation? My brain is just ruminating, and I'm just thinking of what I coulda, shoulda. How am I going to save my job? I'm single, and I'm responsible for my 2 dogs and my house payment. It's just me. How am I supposed to meditate? And he's just like, oh, that's normal. Most people can't meditate. So I think like every single day we went to meditation, and every single day I'm telling these people, I can't think, I can't meditate. My brain will not shut off. I just think over and over, and they're just like, oh, that's normal. And it's infuriating.
Yeah, Kathy, can I jump in really quick? I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, you're fine.
I want to speak to what you're saying because to add on to what I was mentioning about, anti-punishment, anti-carceral mental health, the most common thing I hear from neurodivergent people is how much they struggle when they go inpatient because the system itself is not designed for people like us that are neurodivergent. The lights are loud. There's people watching us all the time. And while people do mean well, going to the hospital isn't like the like magic fix all that society kind of like makes it out to be. So I just really want to like validate that your experience of like really struggling with that is unfortunately not uncommon.
Not at all.
Yeah, so I go in on the first day, and they put me right next to the door where people are going in and out all the time. And then there's a patient next door that's screaming and yelling all night long. And I was furious. I'm like, I'm in here because I can't sleep. I haven't slept in years. And you put me next to a patient that's screaming all night long. And I was furious. And I'm passive, and I'm taught to not speak up for myself because I'm neurodivergent and we complain about everything. So finally, the next day I got up and I told the nurses, that door slammed every couple minutes. There was a person screaming next to me all night long. How am I supposed to sleep? So they ended up moving me and putting me into a more quieter place. But you can't sleep. And here they are every 15 minutes. Somebody said this. Every 15 minutes, they're checking on you. So I'm just falling asleep. And they're opening my door and it's slamming shut. And I'm supposed to sleep? It was so infuriating.
Well, Kathy, I definitely want, you got to make sure you give us your email or something, because a lot of people are sending their phone numbers or their emails so that you can have that, you know, like someone to continue to talk to. And Crystal said she would help you after this. So I just want to make sure you don't forget to stick it in the private chat.
Yeah, and Kathy, I in the private chat, I added you. There's a number to a friend that's heard your story that wants to be your friend. She wants to be able to talk with you. She's a hospice nurse, but she's feeling everything that you're saying. So go into that private chat. Her phone number's in there. Her
She's
email.
not the only one. I've got a couple people here too as well.
Okay,
Yeah, I just want you to
done.
promise me.
No,
that
go
you're
ahead.
Okay.
Let her finish. You can finish your story.
I just want you to promise me you're going to reach out to somebody after this. I'm concerned. You like I said, you've unpacked a lot.
So every time we'd go to these group meetings, I'd say, when am I going to meet the psychiatrist? When am I going to be assessed? And they're like, we don't do that here. Like, what do you mean you don't do that? I was told that if I checked in, that they would give me tests. So that's another thing. Like, all of those psychiatrists, I'm thinking, damn, Lindsay got way more better care than I did. I never filled all of those questionnaires that she filled out. I was in the outpatient treatment for 14 days and inpatient for 7. I never filled out those questionnaires. It just infuriates me that I'm in there for help. And Samantha's right. So I'm figured out now that their purpose is just to make you a zombie so that they can check you out.
Right.
And so I'm not speaking to anybody yet. So you go and you check out for your meds. So I go check out my meds, and they're giving me more prescriptions. I'm like, what is this? Why are you giving me this? I haven't even spoke to a doctor. And they just keep, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I couldn't even think straight. So I don't know what they were doing my meds, but it was more than before. When I went in there, all I was on was whatever that leather lady, fake Zoloft. So I was started with like 25 milligrams. And by the time I went into the mental hospital, I was on 200 milligrams. And it did absolutely nothing for me. And I kept telling them, I feel nothing. It does absolutely nothing for me. My brain is so, so anyway, so they kept giving me more drugs. And I mean, I was kind of advocating for myself, but I wasn't. I'm like, okay, this is a hospital. They know what they're doing. So I just take the medication. And then one night I had, maybe on my 4th day, I had night horrors. So if I'm saying the wrong words, tell me. I was having dreams that people were killing me and I was killing them. And I felt like I was screaming and I was kicking my blankets up and down. And I couldn't stop. And I'm like, you want them to stop, and they won't stop, and like I want to scream, but I feel like I can't scream. And it felt like it was going on for hours. And I finally, the nurse station was way far away, and I was laying on the floor, and I dragged myself crawling to the nurse's station. I remember being able to stand up, and then there's like this ottoman, and I fell down on this ottoman, and I was like perfectly straight, and they're yelling at me, sit down, straighten up, sit down. And I was just like perfectly straight. And they were trying to pick me up. I'm big and tall, and they couldn't pick me up, and they're just like, you need to sit down, you need to sit down. And I was like still in that dream, like I was like scared, but now I knew that there was someone to help me, and I could hear these people talking to me, but I couldn't talk back. And they were like furious. I could hear them yelling at me, snap out of it, snap out of it. Wake up, wake up. So I don't know what I was doing, but then all of a sudden, one of the nurses goes, okay, Kathy, we're going to breathe. One, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. And then she started doing that. And then that's when I snapped out of it. I could, oh no, it's like I brought my brain back, and that's the only way that I could snap out of it. And then the nurse is like, okay, you're fine now. Let's go take you back to your bed. And I was like, what's the word? Terrorized, horrified. I didn't want to be alone. And every couple minutes they kept saying, can we go take you back to your room? And I'm like, I couldn't talk. And I'm like, no. I don't know how long I sat there, but they just kept telling me, you need to go back to your room. And I wouldn't go back. So I don't know when I was able to finally talk, but not one person asked me what happened. At night, I went to get my medication, and they wanted to give it to me again. And I said, no way in hell am I going to take that again. And the nurse said, oh yeah, I wouldn't either. And she said, all we can do is offer you meds. We can't make you take them. And I was just pissed off that not one person asked me about what happened. And I want to go back further, like in 2020, when 9/11, I call it Y2K. I was in IT, and it was Y2K, and I was having interstitial cystitis, which means you have to pee like every 5
Kathy,
minutes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm looking at the chat, and I know that some of our guests have their chats in here. I don't know if you just didn't look and see what this live's about, but Brian, I'm calling you out specifically. Knock it the fuck off. Go out and see what the thing's about. These are people sharing incredibly personal, incredibly painful stories, and you're sitting in my chat acting like an asshole. So knock it the fuck off, or we're timing you out. This isn't a joke. If you don't know what the live is, then go out and read the description before you come in here acting like a fool. This isn't a joking matter. And anybody else that's going to derail it, I'm not having it. You know, you come in here on a different day, I'm all about it. This isn't the day for it. If I haven't made myself clear, just let me know. I'm sorry, Kathy. Finish up.
So it just makes me mad when people say, you know, she wasn't taking her medication, or they say, oh, just like some people will say, like it takes 6 to 8 weeks for the medication to kick in. So I have interstitial cystitis, so they were putting me on all this anxiety medication. And I was having these dreams before 9/11 happened. Was having these dreams that I was flying planes into big buildings. It wasn't the buildings, but I was having these dreams that I was flying, and then I was having these dreams that I was killing all of my coworkers I absolutely loved, my best friends. I was killing them, and I would literally go into work, and I would peek around in their cubicle and go, oh, they're alive. It's just a dream. I cannot tell reality from a dream. And then again, the doctors have like explained it. It's like when I'd sleep, I would get like, you would get to this one place where you knew the dreams were going to start to happen, the night tours or whatever they were. You could feel that they were going to happen. Like you're so exhausted that you need to sleep, but you just get into this one place and that you can feel when you hit it, your just body just starts shaking and you can, they like start immediately. It's just not like they work into it. Immediately, whenever I got into that state, I was killing people and they were killing me. And I couldn't tell if it was real or not. Like, so once I got there, I'm like, I knew it was dreaming, but when you're in there, you don't know if it's a dream. You don't know if it's a nightmare or what. So literally, so I probably did that for 3 months or something. Then finally, I told my neighbor, they had invited me to dinner, and I told him, I'm having these dreams like I'm killing everybody. And he's like, you need to get off that now. Medication does that to somebody. Nobody ever told me that that was a side effect. My doctors never checked in on me, and so I quit taking it. So it's horrible that people aren't told this, that there's not more education out there. So when they started giving me the anxiety medication again, I told them, you know what, the last time I took them, I had really bad side effects. I was having these, I call them night horrors. I don't know what the term was. And they didn't care. So they gave me the Zoloft, and just everything that they gave me, nothing ever worked. And then, so I would see, so I guess the people that were giving the education, one of them would be your person. And then, so I saw that person twice. I saw him like 3 days in before I had that night tour. And then he would tell me, Kathy, you're not going to get better. Your employer does not care about you. They don't care about your mental health. All they want to do is fire you no matter what you do. Because I kept saying, I could have did this and I should have done this. And it's my fault that I'm getting fired. And then they're telling me, no, it's not your fault. And nobody had ever told me this. I was going to a counselor. So they never told me this. She told me, you have to quit your job. Or it was a he. You have to quit your job. You're not going to get any better. You're just subjected to this. You have to stop. You have to quit your job. And I'm like, I'm single and I own a house, and who's going to make my payments? I can't quit my job. So finally, when I was in there, the best thing that happened was they convinced me that I wasn't going to get better unless I quit my job.
Oh.
So I did have to quit my job. Yeah, so then you're really not allowed to talk to other people unless you're in these sessions. You're not allowed to go to their room. Like, I wanted so bad to make a connection with somebody. So there was a woman I made a connection with, and I went to her room, and immediately they came over and said, you can't get into people's room.
I guess that's the downside to some of these inpatient facilities. But Kathy, like I said, before you leave us, you've got to give us your email. There's a lot of people that want to reach out. We'll put it all in one email so that you have it. And we are going to start this group. I've already put out a poll to see if Facebook or Discord is where people want it. And if you don't care, either one works for you, say, I don't care. And we'll set it up. But thank you so much for sharing. And I
just one more comment, and then I'll stop. So, so they discharged me, and like somebody was saying, they just discharge you when you're on your own. So when they discharged me, they made a plan, and then they're required to give you a psychiatrist. So I did get a psychiatrist when I got out, but I didn't see her for like a month. So I went in, and I told her I was in outpatient treatment, and they told me that I have ADHD and autism, and I need to get evaluated. What do I need to get evaluated for that? And again, she says, oh, we don't do autism. And then she said, it takes 6 to 8 months to diagnose you with ADHD. And so when you go in there and ask the questionnaire, they ask if you're S a while or A while. So I had been denying it. So this is another thing. So I denied it. I was having all these dreams and I denied it. I didn't want them to tell my employer so that I would get fired. So I didn't tell anybody about this. So yeah, so I went through all this. I didn't tell anybody I was having all these thoughts. So I quit my job. So I didn't already have a job, so I didn't care if they told my employer.
Mm.
So she asked the question and I said, yeah. And her answer was, it's not for the Kaiser staff, is it? And I was so pissed off because it was. I'm like, every one of you freaking people failed me. I'm begging. I'm telling you exactly what my problem was, and you guys won't diagnose me. And here I have a psychiatrist, and I told her I'm losing my job. I told her I was going to get fired, and she won't test me. I was so mad, and I had to go inpatient. They made me go in person. So luckily, they gave me that questionnaire. How did your service go? And I just ripped into her, telling them that they won't give me a evaluation when I know that's what my problem is, and they won't evaluate me. And then so a month later I went in and she tells me, oh, so you gave me a bad evaluation. So you're mad at me because I didn't give you a ADHD testing. Here's your paperwork. Do this testing, and still it's going to take 6 to 8 months. Whoever's telling you that you can just meet once and you're going to get diagnosed is wrong. And she just kept making all these excuses why they couldn't test me. So I took the test and I scored 87 out of 100. And then she tells me, this doesn't mean you have anxiety. It doesn't mean that you have ADHD. It could be other things like trauma or PTSD or whatever this stuff. And so then I quit my job and lost my insurance, and that was the end. So I just want to make it clear on all these people that say that you can get treatment if you ask for it. I asked for treatment, and this doesn't even go 3 years earlier. I worked at DOC, and I went through 3 years of hell, the same thing. And I had to quit my job here, and then I go to another state agency. Same thing, 3 years of hell, where the same thing is you're disorganized, you can't manage your time, and it's not true. And now that I look back, it's because I was a high performer, and I was a high performing my supervisors, and they didn't want to look bad. Another thing is because I'm a justice warrior with my autism, and I can't keep my mouth shut. And I kept saying systemic gross mismanagement, and I would refer to the policies that they were supposed to. So I guess neurotypical people aren't that.
Yeah, there has to be more access, I guess, to disability in that venue as well, so that if you
and there's a lot of
lose your
ableism,
job.
unfortunately, and lack of education by providers about neurodiversity and people who are neurodiverse and what that lived experience is like. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry the system failed you, Kathy.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's
right.
another
It's
thing.
a huge
So
problem.
I've probably gone through 12 counselors, and I tell them my symptoms, and all of them are like, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been trained on autism. I've never been trained on ADHD. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why you just can't do it. If you want to do it, why can't you just do it? You're just lazy. You don't want to do it. And I had this one guy, counselor, and he would tell me that neurodivergence has only been around, or autism has only been around for like 100 years. So it's new, and people aren't trained on it, which just blew my mind. And he's saying, I know
words for it are new, but the concept isn't new. We know that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks
Kathy,
again.
you're right. Just to say, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you're absolutely right. Thank God for crystals of the world, because most providers have no idea what adult autism looks like. They're not trained in it, because it's something that providers train on when they are in early childhood or working with children. They're trained to try to diagnose it or to identify it, but not in the adult population. And I wound up actually, just because I had all these clients with complex mental health with 30 diagnoses, nobody knew what they were. They were schizophrenic, schizoaffective, bipolar, everything you could imagine under the sun. And it turned out that this was autism, was neurodivergence, but nobody, and I mean nobody, knows how to recognize it, knows what it means, knows what it is. It's so, so tragic. It's a huge problem in the field, and very happy to hear that, Crystal, that's something that you're doing, because it's underserved is not even the right terminology.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing, Kathy. Please, as soon as you get backstage, send us your
Go
email.
into the private chat.
Yep.
I sent you.
So one more thing. So right now I'm with Vancouver Clinic, and they have a behavioral health thing. So I went to the doctors and they're all saying, oh, you need to go to behavioral health. So I went to behavioral health and they said, we don't know. We don't have one person working at our behavioral health that specializes in autism. So you need to go find your help someplace else.
Wow.
So this is how bad it is. So if you look on the
bad.
internet, all these women that are being late diagnosed with
It's really bad.
neurodivergence, because once we hit menopause, our brain just blows up and we're no longer. So I put myself through college. I paid for my house and all this stuff. And then once I hit 55, my brain just blew up and I couldn't take care of myself anymore. And then just to read people out there saying, no, everybody's ADHD, everybody's autism. And
No.
the reason I'm speaking out is so that people understand
It's real.
we're just not trying to get attention.
Very real.
We're people, and there's so many people that I have to get my knowledge from all of the good YouTubers out there that are specializing in autism, because they're telling Lindsay she could go get help. I was trying to get help for like 8 years and I could not get help. And I had Kaiser insurance for 8 years and I could not get help with my diagnosis when somebody told me what it was, but nobody would diagnose me. And then now this new clinic, they tell me that they don't.
Yeah,
So
it's scary.
our medical
a real
system
problem.
is broken.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and hopefully
Without
Chris will
a
be able to get you some good resources. Again, I'll stick you backstage, and you can definitely put in the private chat. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank
Our
you.
hearts are
Thanks,
with you.
Kathy.
Kathy.
You know, it sounds like there's this thing running throughout some of the stories that we've heard today, where you've got a parent who completely abandons their child, and then it seems like that might be how we're leading to this. They're not diagnosed with autism as a child because no one's taking them for the care that they need. They're not being heard by anyone. So then you get adults, and like you guys are saying, that it's not like in the typical adult thing to be looking for, because they assume that kids got found out when they were a child, but you have all these people who no one paid attention to, cared for, or took care of as a child.
Well, and
Oh,
oftentimes what happens is when I give a diagnosis of ADHD or autism for a child, the adult is like, oh, wait a second, this behavior wasn't normal. This isn't the usual. And I was like, oh, okay, this makes so much more sense, because when you are a family of neurodivergent people, all your behavior is normative because that's what you know.
right, right.
Mhm. Or
And I just
parents
wanna
don't love
throw-
the diagnosis.
I just
That
want
too,
to
absolutely.
let me jump. I just want to, if you're in Samantha's chat, because I know Samantha's streaming to a few different places, just be cognizant of what we're doing here today. All right, because like our mods can't bounce you.
Oh, is that what's happening?
I would have bounced the Brian guy a long time ago.
Somebody got him.
Yeah, somebody. I think one of Samantha's mods got him. But you know, Samantha, just let your mods know. Just you can read a room. Like the dude, you know, that guy was just, I don't know what he was doing, but
So
you know, take a
Crystal-
context clue.
and
Yeah.
Sorry
Crystal,
about that.
I
Mhm.
greatly appreciate the time that you have spent with us, and I'm so glad that luckily you stayed and can hopefully give some resources to Kathy.
Mhm.
And I'll just stick you backstage and make sure we have your email or whatever you want us to give to her. We'll figure it out. And your book, the link for your book, and we'll make sure the mods are putting it up there. All right.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
To
Crystal.
bring
Yeah.
on with
Mhm.
Samantha, we've got, well, I'm bringing on Karen. You are next because I know you need to leave. And then we have Dr. Rose and I think M. So
Karen's got 8 kids. So when
Okay.
she said
Wow,
she's got to go,
Karen.
she's got to go.
all right, Dr.
I'm-
Rose, are you there? Oh, see, people aren't ready because I didn't tell them.
Karen's ready.
I know Karen's ready. And then M, are you there? Because I think you're also a professional. And either one of you, Dr. Rose or M, if you guys want your cameras off, but give me a wave or put something, I guess, in the private chat now that I know how to read that. Oh, M's here. So I'll stick M up with us. Oh, Dr. Rose is here. All right. So we'll do this. And I know Karen doesn't have long, so I'm going to let Karen tell her story and then introduce Samantha and Dr. Rose official like. So go ahead, Karen.
It's okay.
Just wait 1 second. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Karen. I have
No,
to
don't
jump
be
off
sorry.
in 10 minutes. I just want you
Oh.
guys to know if I
Oh, go ahead.
disappear, it's because I have to
All
go do
right.
something else.
Well,
Sorry.
tell us
Thanks,
what your
Samantha.
background is real quick, Samantha. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, 'cause I just pulled you up. You weren't even paying attention.
I know. I was watching the chat. I'm like in the chat. Just so sorry. Sorry, Karen.
Don't be sorry.
My background. So I've been working in mental health since, the late 1990s. Started out in substance use disorders for a very long time. And then actually kind of like what Crystal was describing, working with very complex cases. Happened completely by accident. I work in New York City. I'm a clinician in New York City as well. And I started, these things happen. We thought we opened up this new fancy clinic. We thought we were going to be substance use disorders. And of course, because of dual diagnosis, we were not substance use at all. We just wound up taking cases from mental health institutions, and they wound up being psychiatric. So I wound up, really dealing with these very complex cases for many years and became the person who could help to assess and ultimately discern what's going on with complex cases, kind of like we've been seeing even here today. So, there is a very significant mind and body component. So my background is in physiology and in how the mind and body system works together to create our perceptual experience, and then how to intervene with that knowledge and information. And one thing I want to make sure that everybody knows, because I haven't heard it, it may have come up earlier today, but the postpartum illnesses, mental health conditions, are not in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders. So in order to diagnose, and I think this was important with Dr. Tufts, because she was 4 years of residency. I give her credit. 4 years is 4 years. But in mental health, I would say till you're about 11 years in, you're probably still on the greener side, right? I mean, it's a big learning curve. You're dealing with lots of clients in the beginning of your career, and you learn a tremendous amount. But that experience is critical, because the categorical model, the DSM, likes to put people in boxes. Humans don't really belong nicely in boxes. And really, it's a facade. It's a subjective situation, right? And nobody tells you that. We all want to medicalize mental health, and we want to make that easy. We want to make diagnosis easy. So we make these boxes, but they're entirely fabricated. They are entirely subjective. They are not discrete conditions the way a broken bone or, some, diabetes or cancer, God forbid. So that's important, though, because I think with Dr. Tufts, we didn't see anything about postpartum. And there's a reason, right? You have to, in order to be, and she actually made a statement that I want to point out. She said, well, in order for me to diagnose bipolar, I would have had to have seen it in front of me. And that to me was very criminal, because you have 27 minutes max, and any good psychiatrist knows you don't get enough face time with a client to be able to really know what they're doing the vast majority of the time. So you pick up the phone and you try to get as much collateral information as possible from the other providers. And I think what she did was, when she found out that Lindsay Clancy was seeing South Shore at that critical moment, oh, you're transferring your care. Now it's not my responsibility to intervene. And I've been going through the medication timeline. You guys will probably all see it at some point soon, to really try to suss out what part of this is medicine and what part of this is a likely underlying diagnostic situation. And December 1st was this critical moment in the journey, where she goes to 3 or maybe even 4 providers in the same day, or the same 2 days, 4 in 2 days, 3 in 1 day. And it's clearly a 4-alarm fire. Tufts does not catch it. They do not catch the severity of it. They're recommending a higher level of care at South Shore, but Tufts just drops the ball right there, knowing that she's seeing other providers. To me, that was a criminal offense. So I just wanted to say those
no, I'm
things,
glad
because
you said that, because when she said that, like when it was happening and we were live, I was like, are you effing kidding me? Like, you
It's crazy.
cannot tell me like that's normal. I'm like, I need a professional in chat. Please tell me that's not part of the thing. I gotta see it with my own eyes. I'm like,
It's insane.
how the hell does that happen? In the just, they're probably not showing up for their psych appointment if they're super
No.
manic.
Talk about not
No.
believing a patient.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Or
Right.
covering your ass. I think the other thing
Right,
too, right?
right.
These people are just covering their rear ends.
Yeah,
Mhm.
100%.
Because the poor insight gave it all away. Like, she knew. She did know. She knew from the very first visit because she tagged it, and she did not raise any alarms. And to me, Tufts is no longer going to be working in psychiatry.
Let me ask you this
I hope
before. I'm
not.
sorry, Karen.
No, don't be sorry.
That one note, the note that she not hyper, pressured speech. What do you really think? Do you think the not went to, does the hyper deal with the speech so that those all go together, or is hyperactive and pressured speech is pressured speech?
My assessment is that she was assessing her as not hyper, and that there wasn't pressured speech based on the sentence that came before.
That's
However, the thing that's the most alarming to me, you guys know this, but it freaks me out because based on her behavior alone, no matter which of these providers we're talking about, by the way, they should have been able to see that her behavior was what was alarming, not what she was reporting. Her behavior, none of the way she was behaving was normal. There was nothing normal about it. You could feel it, you could hear it. And because she presented well, as you guys have been pointing out really nicely, because she was a nurse, because she, went home, studied the lingo, knew about half-lives and rebound anxiety, for some reason, these guys, they were either duped or they're pretending they were duped now to cover their butts.
Right, for liability purposes.
For
That's why I was
liability
saying
purposes.
before you came on, Samantha, I've been in the courtroom. Every single provider that's been up on that stand had their lawyer or the facility's lawyer sitting in court. So, and I was trying to tell people they have to understand that, like, that's going on behind the scenes in terms of what you're seeing in terms of the testimony, which is, it's just a thing in terms of, what they're saying and how they're responding to questions, and whether or not they're being forthright is something that frankly, I would like, and I love Reddington, and Allison pointed this out. I almost would have liked for him to dig into it more with the litigation aspect of it, because he brought it up. I think it was with Gelada, and that, like, I don't even think he brought it up with Tufts, and I think it's important for the jury to know that that's going on, that exists in the courtroom, but yeah.
All right. I know, Karen, you don't have a lot of time, so I'm sorry, you guys.
Don't be sorry,
Samantha,
guys.
I feel horrible. I didn't know we were going to have that hour.
No,
before,
I know.
I
get
but
it.
I wish we had more time with you, honestly. So go ahead, Karen.
Hey, Bob. Allie, thanks for
Karen.
donating your husband to the court for the week or the next couple of weeks. What a wild case this is, and what a beautiful thing you guys are doing by bringing attention to it. Bob and I got to speak to Lindsay's parents together the other day, and what an honor that was as well, to be able to hear, directly from them. And it was the second time I had spoken with them regarding just this in general. I lost a dear friend of mine to postpartum psychosis back in 2005. And there was no talk about this. We just went to her funeral knowing that she had had a baby 13 days before, and, took her own life, and in a very, very violent way. And thankfully her child just turned 21, but I had already had a child or two at that point. And I do have 8 kids. That's not a lie. But no one talked to me about it as well. I had no idea. I can't even begin to tell you which child. My youngest is 5. My oldest is 28. I can't tell you when anyone spoke to me about postpartum depression. I actually have no recollection even 5 years ago of it. Maybe they thought I was a pro and would know at that point. I'm not a pro, but you know what I mean? It's such a thing that no woman wants to talk about. We don't want to be told we're not good mothers. We don't want to feel like we're not good mothers. We don't even want to seem like we're not doing it right, or or have it all together. And to be honest, I remember having child number 7, the nurse coming in, who I'm now friends with, but she said, well, I don't even need to be in here. You know what you're doing. You're a pro. But like, that's kid number 7, right? But what if at that point was the point that I actually needed somebody? You know what I mean? And just sitting here through this trial and seeing how many times Lindsay asked for help. If you listen to her, I don't know why the Commonwealth thought it would be a great idea to bring up her journal up the other day. That wasn't for, all it did was give us more insight into her real, like, when you have your phone extracted, you do not think that anyone's ever going to go through that. Your most private moments are in your phone. You're sending texts to the people that you never think would be seen, let alone in a courtroom and seen by international TV at this point. So she wasn't writing that for anybody else. Okay.
Right.
Those were her most private moments. I feel like I'm failing as a mother. And it wasn't because I didn't like my children. It was because here is number 3, and I don't feel like I can parent him like number 1. And so seeing the insight into what her thoughts were, and just talking to her parents, Bob, you remember they said, she's so smart. This is a smart, intelligent woman who was failed on each and every level because nobody made an actual plan, because there was no plan. So that goes into my own personal story of my father, who has bipolar, who was diagnosed when I was 11. So I was a former police officer and dispatcher. My parents were both police officers. My father when I was 11, went into psychosis out of nowhere. Now, in hindsight, there are signs leading up to it. Maybe there was some depression, but he had never been diagnosed with anything till the night that he took out his duty weapon and fired it up the stairs because he saw demons and he thought they were coming into my room and into the other rooms upstairs. And at that moment, we still didn't know what was going on because nobody talked about this kind of stuff. This is, again, same, this is 1995, 96. And all we had was, there's a cop in the house with a gun shooting it off. And oh my God, we need to protect him from other police officers coming and what is going on and whatnot. So in hindsight, I have all this hindsight because I have now grown up with this kind of stuff. But for somebody sitting on the jury and not quite understanding what one goes through or how you can hide psychosis, I've been talking to people during the week and saying, if you were standing next to my father, and the last time he went into psychosis was 2023, I believe it was fall of 2023, because his medications are ever evolving, and you can become, they can kill you. So this thing that saves your life can also take your life. And he ended up with NMS, which off the top of my head, I cannot remember because I'm so sorry. Like, my brain at this point is like scrambled from the last couple of weeks. But it's basically the end of the commercials where it's like, if your body goes into, like, your system starts shutting down and all this stuff. He ended up in the hospital. He went off his meds and he went into psychosis. Now, if anybody else around us was talking to him, he would have seemed like a very intelligent, smart, thoughtful, caring man. Yet I'm standing there going, you didn't just work out with the Marine Corps across the street, which is a field. You weren't actually doing this or that. Like, none of that is accurate. And we watched him slowly fail. And in the course of that time, he had no plan to, have suicide. He was having thoughts every day. So let me back up. My father lives on the next street over. So I was there every day and listening to my own dad say things like, I'm going to walk out in front, I just want to go out in front of the street and take my life. And I'm going to let a truck take me at 2 a.m. Nobody else will be able to be dark and a truck can just run me over. You can't actually say that's not a good idea because they're in a psychosis and they're very calm, and the police may not quite believe you. And you don't know if you don't know if you're actually at that level of care at that. It's such a wild experience to go through. And I'm just saying, hey, Dad, the kids live, I have all these kids and you don't really want them to go out and see that. Like, you're really trying to reason with someone unreasonable. But it got to the point where he did get hospitalized. And Kathy was right. He had to sit in an ER for 5 days, unmedicated, because at that point, they don't know what to do to manage his care. And it's just keeping this person in this space until we can find a bed for you that opens. And I live in Maine, that's 2 states from Massachusetts. But I know that in Massachusetts, it's the same thing. You don't have an excessive amount of doctors ready to go on the ready. And you don't have all of the, you can't get care. You're waiting till a person gets to this level of extreme psychosis to be able to get them the care that they need. And I believe I've taken that note in the course of since this trial has started multiple times. The note I've written down is, God forbid we actually get them the care they need before they get to a level of crisis. That is something that has to change. But my dad, thank God, after 5-6 days, a bed opened up in the locked unit. And he had 19 rounds of ECT, which is electric. Samantha, you might know the exact my brain. Electric shock therapy is what we always refer to it as.
Yeah,
my mom
convulsive
wrote an
shock
article.
therapy. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Electric convulsive therapy. They induce essentially a seizure and try to reset the brain. And my dad had bipolar for X amount of years, and he is now so sensitive to antipsychotics, which you need. And so this was like, the next day the judge was going to order him to have electric shock therapy because there was no more routes left to take. And we did sit him down and we said, they'd be so proud of you if you did it. And as a police officer, wouldn't you want that judge to be so proud of you? And it worked. And he did get 19 rounds, you guys. That's a lot of rounds. And that will show you how aggressive he needed therapy at this point. But what I'm saying is, we can't be scared of talking about this stuff because he had only known Rose Kennedy, who became a vegetable, or the neighbor from 1943, the woman that they put in electric shock therapy. My mom wrote a story for the newspaper and said, let this be an awareness that if you get to that point, this is something. And it can kill your memory. I see in the chat, I haven't been looking at the chat, but it can kill your memory. It hasn't, though. It didn't. There was a short period of time where he, it took a little time to readjust and such. But my dad is what we call doing normal people things at this point in his life. There's one of my kids walking by. I apologize. In the 30 plus years that he's been in bipolar, we could never do normal people things because you're always on guard that something's going to fail or you need an adjustment in medication. But he, I'll call my mom on the next street. Like, what are you doing today? And she'll say normal people things. Let me tell you that we don't take that lightly. And we also know that at any moment, somebody in bipolar could go back to something. So you have to be able to be open. You have to have a team. And he's a grown white adult male at this point. So let's go back to Lindsay, who was a young nurse on the front lines who may or may not have been afraid to say certain symptoms or whatnot. But we know from last week she was Googling other symptoms. And I just want to say again, this woman wasn't drug shopping. She wasn't going around looking for different people because she didn't want the real diagnosis. She is a smart, intelligent woman begging for help from a system that couldn't put a plan together until she had a plan. That's criminal. That is, I don't even know if you have the right word for that, but it got to the point where here we are now. She's on trial for taking the lives of her 3 beautiful children. What's at my house?
Oh, people are hearing the music. The beat.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's my husband's birthday party. And I
figured that it was, but people got confused.
Listen, so. I'm so sorry. Let me move. I just don't.
Karen, we're doing a second one anyway. Go celebrate with your husband. Like, seriously.
No, but this is important.
Let her finish.
To my
yeah,
family.
She wants to finish her. Yeah.
This is truly important to my family, and
Samantha, are you leaving?
I gotta go. Yes.
Okay.
No,
awesome. I don't want to take
want you
time.
back here.
No, you're right. You're right.
Awesome.
Anytime.
You're incredible,
Anytime.
Samantha.
You're
Bye,
awesome.
you guys. Bye,
Great
everybody.
weekend, Sam. Thanks.
No, go ahead, Karen. And now there's
no.
beat,
It's just
perfect.
it's. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They turned it up. They're cool out there. I'm uncool. this is my winding down from the last 2 weeks of, hey guys, of being, sorry, people are now arriving, of being at the trial. I'll be back Monday. But it, you know what it is? I saw someone comment on the Reddington interview I did, and I just want to say, you have to, there were some people that thought I was insensitive because I did a very quick interview with him. I called it like on the spot with Kevin Reddington. And it was like, what's your favorite food? What's your last, if you had a last meal, what's your, I want to state, Kevin Reddington came up to me in court and said, Karen, let's do something fun. Because Kevin Reddington knows that this is so heavy. This is very, this weighs on you. And there are so many people so invested in this trial that you have to protect your own mental health as well. And Kevin Reddington has to protect his mental health. So when he came up to me and said, hey, Karen, let's do something fun, I was absolutely not going to say no. So I understand why some people may wonder what the hell I was doing. But
A lot
it's
of people are saying
important.
they loved the interview.
Oh,
so.
thank you. Thank you. It's important. And Bob, you've been there sitting in court for the last week. You've got to, too, that this is not easy. This is heavy. We sat there I don't think you heard the 911 call. Did you hear the 911 call?
No.
Okay. Is the 911 call
Monday?
Okay, that's right. I saw it. My days are now like sort of coming in together. But that's the point. You have to protect your own mental health. Thank you, guys. Thank you. He's a regular man who has taken up this case, which is so incredibly heavy. And he cares about his client. He's not in it for the money. Does he get paid? Yes, we all have to get paid. But he is so caring of her family. And I will tell you right now, there are so many defense attorneys that just do it for the money. You guys aren't those defense attorneys. Kevin Reddington is not those defense attorneys. Sometimes you just kind of get assigned a case. He has taken this family on. This is an extended part of his life. And he understands you must take care of your own mental health. And he says these things, you guys. So he also wants to do stuff that is fun. And you can't just talk about this 24/7. But we really do need to talk about this. And the fact that Allie and Bob have taken this on, this is part of my life. My husband and I are mental health advocates for the largest mental health program in Maine. And it is something that we are so tied to, and it is so important to our family. So I'm so thankful for you guys. Am I making everyone disappear? Am I scaring everyone off, Bob?
No, you're not. You're not.
But thank you guys truly for, I listen, I was in law enforcement, and I did hear Kathy say that they don't know a lot about what they're doing, and they don't. It's not talked about for cops. My mom ended up writing a book. She came to us, 5-6 years ago, almost, saying, if I write a book about our experiences we had as a family on the front line, I'm gonna have to really tell our story, and I need you guys to agree to it. And of course I said yes. My brother said yes. And my dad so bravely said yes. And it has been received, and police officers in Maine are getting to hear it. And thank you. I see the chat. Thank you guys. I truly appreciate it. I'm not going to stop. A few scary people aren't going to scare me. Do I know your sister Joyce Seat of Maine Mental Health? I do know who that is. What a small world. What a small world. God bless the frontline workers and the people, and a shout out to Maine. But my mom did write a book. It is an important story. Cops are starting to be able to talk about it. They have brought on social workers. We aren't just going straight to the take a cop. We're starting to recognize, and by we, I mean people who have formerly been in law enforcement or are in now, that we don't have all the answers, and that you can bring a social worker to the scene with you. And it might be life changing. And
they should.
I've seen it, and
frankly.
they should. And it's not afraid. We can't be afraid to say, we don't have the answers, and we may not have been doing it right. And that goes for all people in all sources of frontline work, including nurses, doctors, the psychiatrists, and such. You have to be able to evolve and say, I haven't been doing this right. We haven't always been doing this right. Let's make changes. because if you're doing it as a business and not because you have that calling, you're doing the wrong business. You're doing the wrong thing. You're not in your line. You're not in your line of work. You need to be in. Makes a difference,
100%.
right?
Yeah,
For sure.
no doubt about it. There's no doubt about
So
it.
I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you for doing this. It's a heavy day, and you guys have been incredible. And the fact that you're going to bring it, bring people up again and do it again is
we haven't even, we're 6 hours.
right. You haven't even scratched the surface.
We haven't even scratched the surface. It's like, I'm not going to be able to go like, I have
24-hour stream.
I've got, I don't know, 40 emails to read. I've got,
wow.
If I don't, and like some of the voicemails are like 25 minutes long.
Oh Lord.
Like, right. I mean,
well,
coming into this, it's like, you're sitting there like with Kathy, it's like none of us were in a position to be able to say, because I mean, she had to tell her shit. She had to tell her story, and
it was
and
time for her to get it off her chest.
Yeah, we had to let her finish, and it's like, and I mean, that's the thing about this type of live is like we're gonna give people, because it's hurting if I'm like, oh well, we've heard enough. You can't do that.
That's the
right.
exact
Right.
opposite.
So sorry. Be done. That's
right.
no.
Yeah,
no.
we can't do it. So
But
yeah,
thanks so much.
You're awesome. You're awesome.
So are you guys. Truly, I am so thankful that you guys are bringing awareness to this. And Bob, I have watched. I got my Twitter banned, or X, whatever the hell it's called. It got suspended last week because I was talking too much about this stuff, and there was apparently a planned attack to suspend it. Whatever. I have a new one. You cannot quiet me down.
Well, what is it? Share it.
It is Karen Goldberg by name, in capital ME, like Maine or medical, whatever.
Medical examiner, right.
Medical examiner. Yeah, no, that's the one job I have not done.
Well, thanks so much for sharing. We appreciate you.
I really appreciate you guys.
Wait, you
you
were telling a story. What were you doing?
Oh, what the hell was I doing?
Oh, you said like you.
Oh my God, I have ADHD and autism. So Kathy,
no, she was just saying she got banned for.
No,
yes,
she was digging into something. I don't know, and then you got banned, and you got a new.
Yeah, I was, I apparently pissed off the wrong people on the YouTubes, and whatever. This is so important that I don't care. I'll make every Twitter I need to make, and the people will find who needs to be. You know what I mean? I believe that. Yeah. And you can't stop it, and you can't stop us from talking. So I remember now. Thank you. I have seen the comments coming after you, Bob, for saying simply a human statement of, I would like to give her a hug. I would like to give her a hug as well, guys. Come for me. It does not scare me. I would give her a hug in a heartbeat. And someone's like, well, would you leave your children with her? Oh my God, you guys, you're missing the freaking point. Okay.
Right. They just, these are folks that don't know nothing about the case. They're just,
they don't,
what I mean?
they have to have something to argue about, and maybe they need their own mental health care.
That Brian Walsh guy, like who's got 4 million followers. And I assure you,
right.
398,000 or whatever, 809, 900, like 95.
They don't know.
They don't know anything about the case.
Right.
They're just like, what, murderer hug? Oh, how could you dare? I can't sit near a murderer. No, these are real humans, okay? And everybody deserves a defense. And when it comes to mental health, it is a whole different level. And I'm sorry I raised my voice, but it makes me fussy. You know what I mean? Like,
beyond that,
you're on the right place.
She lacks criminal responsibility. I'm there.
Right.
You can't listen to this and not think and understand that.
It is what it is. So
how do you think the jury is seeing it, Bob?
It's hard to know.
They're very stoic, right?
They are very, very stoic. I keep telling you.
I've never seen a jury so stoic. I can do an imitation.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling Elsa. She's like, people want to hear what they're doing. I'm like, I know. There's the second row woman, two from the end.
Oh yeah, the handsome woman. Yes.
She showed some emotion.
She hasn't, and she just started to.
Right.
She cracked.
Well, when it was the debacle day, as Kevin called it, where Lindsay just broke down twice. Like that was the day, because a lot of them would sneak a peek, look at Lindsay, and then kind of look away. She was like
quickly looking
eyes trained on Lindsay, and was like dabbing her eyes with the tissue. I was like,
all right,
that was the most I've seen.
I'm gonna bring up Dr. M and Dr. Rose and M. Thanks, Karen, so much.
Thank you so much, you guys.
We'll
All
see
right.
you.
Great
See
time.
you
I'll see you
Monday.
Monday.
All
All right.
righty. Bye
Bye,
bye.
Allie. Thanks.
Bye. So we've got Dr. Rose and M. Dr. Rose, tell us about yourself.
Thanks for your patience, Dr. Rose.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I can't hear anything.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Let's see if she's
Can you guys hear me?
We can
Yeah.
hear
Yeah.
you.
Yes, you can. Okay,
Yeah.
I will speak. If you need to interrupt me, like do something visual because I can't hear anyone.
Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
Okay, so my first name is actually Karen. Rose is my middle name. But because, well, obvious reasons, I go by my middle name, social reasons. So I have been watching, like I said in the private chat, I'm a longtime listener, first time caller type thing. I've been watching you guys for a while and I love the way that you guys present the court cases and the way that you go into detail and stuff. I have paid a lot of attention to the Lindsay Clancy case. And I've watched a bunch of different podcasts about it. And I have some notes that I wrote down. Okay, so my undergrad is in psychology, and then I recently graduated from medical school. I haven't been to residency yet, so my experience level is not even that of Dr. Tufts. But one thing that I noticed in court was that I'd like to clarify is the difference between the way that psychologists and medical doctors will assess patients. What I remember from psychology was that you want to go in with a fresh slate, a clean slate. You don't want to read like the previous assessments because you don't want to go in with preconceived notions. So for me, that would be like the first meeting with a patient to go in with a clean slate. As an MD, you do want to go in and read all the different the patient notes, everything that had been there. Let's see, I cannot read here because it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, that was to Izzy.
As
Sorry.
an MD, you do want to see like the patient's previous history, whatever lab work has been done. All of that goes into the assessment that an MD will make, which is something that Dr. Tufts, in my opinion, my unexperienced opinion, that she should have done. But as far as the psychologists taking her at the way that she presented with them, I understand that because that's the way that I understand it to be done. Let's see. I have seen a lot of things about the correlation between when she stopped breastfeeding and she developed more extreme psychological symptoms. Um, I that made something like click for me because years ago I had a hysterectomy and then I went through major depression, like trying all kinds of different meds. And, they say at least 2 weeks, possibly 6 to 8 weeks to see the result or the effect of the medications. So I went through all that. And at the same time, I was going through empty nesting where I went from being mom to my child becoming independent. And I attributed it more to the social environment of trying to figure out what I was when I wasn't, or who I was when I wasn't just mom. Um, but it also correlates with all that happened after the hysterectomy, not just when my child moved out. So what I'm thinking is that there really is there most likely is really a hormonal influence to that. And I'm going to think about that more. Let's see. From Kathy's story, when she talked about how her sister couldn't be discharged from the mental hospital into an unhealthy family or an unhealthy home environment. I understand that to be the enmeshed family system. I mean, it sounds like it really was an unhealthy home environment. And if you get someone psychologically to a healthy place and put them back into the unhealthy environment that they came from, it's setting them up for failure. So I can understand that. Let's see. Oh, and then here's my here's my nerd brain. Karen said that her dad had an NMS. It's called neuroleptic malignant syndrome, and it's a common, well, not common. It's a well-known adverse effect of antipsychotic medications. So yeah, I mean that's just my nerd brain. I had to look into it. Let's see, the ED wait times. Yeah, so like when a patient presents to the emergency department, it is an unfortunately long amount of time that they have to wait before they can get placed in a psychiatric hospital. And that needs to change. That's one of the societal things that I think needs to change. When I was doing my undergrad in psychology, they talked a lot about how correlation is not the same as causation, but there's a huge correlation between like addiction, homelessness, and mental health issues. And when Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act came about, I was hoping that that was going to improve that situation because access to health insurance is necessary to be able to get treatment for mental health issues or for addiction issues. And without health insurance, you can't do that. And without a full-time job, you usually can't get health insurance in the US. So, I mean, that's another like systemic system that needs to be fixed. When they were talking about Lindsay Clancy's thyroid, whether they had checked her thyroid, I know someone in my life who, well, had many children, and she was emotionally going through a lot because with so many children. But when she did get her thyroid adjusted, it made a huge difference in her personality in a lot of ways, and just the way that she's able to face life. So that's also that also could be a factor with Lindsay Clancy. And then so I'm Mexican, and in Mexico we have a leyenda, like a legend about La Llorona, who's basically a woman who the conquistadores came. She fell in love with one of them. She at one point, I guess he was planning on going back to Spain, and he wanted to take the children that he had with him, but he didn't want to take her. And so she ended up killing her children. And then the legend is that she, I guess, like in the riverbeds, she'll go down there at night as a ghost, and she's crying out for her children. And to me, that's like I see that as being like a postpartum psychosis, which is like a well-known legend, and it's based on something. And if she felt like her children, whatever age they were, that they were going to be taken away from her to a completely different continent, it makes sense that, I mean, it makes sense in a way that she would feel like she needed to protect them. And if the only option that she had available to her was to kill them, I mean, that's a really sad option, but I feel like that's another example of postpartum psychosis, or yeah, probably postpartum psychosis. I mean, we don't know the lady, we can't, assess her really. But anyway, yeah, so that's my input.
Well, I greatly appreciate that.
I still can't hear anyone. Let's see, maybe if you put it in the chat.
I
can hear you.
We appreciate you.
Okay, yeah, if you have questions, if you can put them in the chat, because I still can't hear anyone.
All right, well, I'll just let her know that we'll.
Okay, I don't see anything, so I guess I'll go ahead and go. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. I've been watching you guys, and I've been watching Samantha also for a really long time. So it's a privilege to be able to meet you guys. Thank you.
All right, M.
Hi,
Are you
can
there?
you hear me?
Yes. All
Okay,
right.
awesome.
You are a mental health professional. Tell us your background.
Okay, so I have a master's in music therapy, which is a modality where we use music as a therapeutic tool. So a lot of times people will, and I've worked, from pediatric to geriatric, from cancer to psych unit. I was a Medicaid waiver provider for years as well in the Midwest. But so we, it can kind of, and that's what I hear in the trial, like, oh, she just colored, oh, blah, blah, blah. It was probably an art therapist. There's also drama therapists, dance therapists. What we're trying to do is give people different tools to express themselves, because not everybody expresses themselves through talk, right? So that's my background. That's what you need to know. I was Lindsay. I experienced postpartum psychosis with my third child, and it was terrifying. So to rewind a little bit, I have been around kids my whole life. I'm the youngest of 10. And my mom was one of those people. She always said she could go out in a field and squat and have a baby and keep doing work. Like, that was just how she was. I was not so fortunate. But anywho, so we're all neurodivergent in my family. I think you need to know that because I'm seeing some sort of a little possible link to things. I not because of my parents, but I had a sibling, and I do say thank God he is dead. He was a diagnosed sociopath and very violent. So I carried that stuff with me, and I've gone to therapy. I've done lots of things over the years. So I meet my husband, blah, blah, blah. I leave New York City. I move to the Midwest. I call myself an accidental Midwesterner. And we have our first child. And I had told my OBGYN, like, look, my mom died when I was 17. My dad had just been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And I said, I want to make you aware, right? Because I feel like, I've had depression in the past when my mom died. I want to be aware of this. Okay, great. 6-week thing. I had an emergency C-section. Everything was fine. Not a big deal. Go in, do the little, questionnaire thing. And I don't test for anything because I wasn't depressed. What I didn't know in 2012 was that postpartum anxiety existed, which I had already been diagnosed when I was diagnosed in college with ADHD, because they didn't diagnose girls back in the 80s and 90s. They had also said you have an anxiety disorder, which usually goes hand in hand a lot of times, especially if you're a late diagnosed ADHD person. So I didn't know about postpartum anxiety. So the first year of my first child's life was an absolute living hell. I didn't sleep. And I don't know if it's because I watched Criminal Minds while I was recovering for those first few weeks on the sofa. But I just would have like these wild scenarios going through my head at night. Like I knew that people were going to come in and like rape and kill me and kill my husband and take the baby and put him into sex trafficking, right? I mean, and I knew, Allie, it was nuts. Okay. As that Robin guy says on that other show your husband goes on, I knew it was nutter thinking. Okay. Like I knew it, but taking a shower was scary because I just had all this anxiety. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So I use all of my tools in my little bag that I got in, grad school of therapeutic modalities to talk myself back into this, right? Like into reality. It's okay, blah, blah, blah. So, and I breastfed him. And that little kid would not stop breastfeeding. And so finally I had to wean him at 14 months because he was getting real aggressive and trying to pull my dress to my top down in the return line at Menards. I know
Feed me now. Okay.
Yeah, Menards was, and doing his baby signs and hitting my boobs and and I had all these contractors. So once I had stopped, nursing, things kind of got back to normal, right? And because I have ADHD, when you nurse, you can't take a stimulant. Okay, so like I was white knuckling life and I was still seeing clients and, driving all over God's kingdom because I was a Medicaid waiver provider. So we then take care of my dad. We bring him up from the South where I was raised, and we care for him. We have him in a special facility, but I'm there all the time because I have been a healthcare worker. I know you need to show your face. And look, Dad was not easy. Okay. He was a pill, but he was a wonderful human. And we got better care in the Midwest than we would have in the South. And he passed. Okay. So then I go back to my doctor. We want to try for number 2. And my oldest is 3 at this point. And I start telling her what had happened with my oldest. And she was like, I cannot help you if you don't call me. Well, I said, I didn't know postpartum anxiety was a thing. So this is like 2015, the fall. Okay. So now I know postpartum anxiety is a thing. So we make a plan. When I get pregnant, I'm going to start this anxiety medication that one of my sisters had taken. Didn't make you gain weight, worked real well. Because of the familial line there, I was like, okay, I feel good to take this. So I end up having an amazing pregnancy, February 2016. Great until week 35, and I developed preeclampsia out of nowhere. So they take him that night, and literally in my room that night, as I'm hooked up to the potassium line, they're giving me Prestige, which is an anti-anxiety med. Had the best postpartum with him. Fantastic. And this includes him in the NICU for 12 days. It was a great postpartum because my anxiety didn't have a chance to take hold with all those wild hormones. He decides to self-wean at 10 months, which, oh my God, that was awful. But anyway, that's his personality, right? And I had been worried about taking meds in nursing, but my doctor was like, look, the babies can feel. So I would, she was like, it's fine. And I would rather have a happy, safe mom, it's okay. So it was great. And then when he was about a year old, with the doctor's help, I slowly got off the medication. I was fine. So we decided when he was like 1, my husband's Mexican American. So it's funny that doctor was talking about La Llorona because it's actually a gorgeous song as well, Mexican folk song. And if you heard it, you would know it. It's been in lots of movies. And so we wanted our boys to appreciate their culture and understand that they aren't horrible people, because at that point in the Midwest in 2016, it was real volatile in our area. And I didn't want to put my kid in school and for him to, he's a half white kid, but with our last name, you're going to know, right? And it was just nasty in our area. So we moved to a very, very safe city in Mexico. At that point, it was like rated the second safest city in North America. Great move. We drove down. It was gorgeous. We loved it. We were never going to have another kid again, Allie, because of the preeclampsia. And I had like, what they call a window in your uterus. It had like the uterine wall had thinned, but they patched it during the C-section. But just to be safe, they said like you shouldn't. So just everybody's FYI, if you live in another country that doesn't have central air and heat, make sure your birth control doesn't need to be constantly refrigerated. So we're there for like 4 months, and whoops, we find out we're pregnant. Now, we are fucking terrified, my husband and I, because of the preeclampsia, and we're old, and I'm going to be 40, like, that next May. And it's scary, scary shit for us. Like, we didn't even tell our families until I was 20 weeks along. Oh. Because at week 9, my blood pressure started going up. So luckily, I had incredible care there. A friend I had met recommended me to this OBGYN who, come to find out, was like really well renowned. And she was just a force to be reckoned with. And her ex-husband and her actually had their practice because he was as a physician specializing in preeclampsia. And then they had a neonatal physician in their practice who had done his residency at Cincinnati Children's. I mean, just incredible care. I had their numbers we would text. My doctor said, you're giving me high blood pressure. I never want to see you back in my office pregnant after this child's done. So I knew I was going to deliver early with her. And at 34 weeks, I deliver. Well, they take her because my blood pressure starts spiking. But because because of the system was a little different there, I didn't start the Prestige in the hospital. And she was in the NICU. And it was a different situation because, come to find out, the reason my blood pressure spiked was I had a UTI. I didn't know I did. Everything was fine. I was just really tired. But I was 34 weeks pregnant. I was going to be tired, right? So she ended up with an early sepsis infection in the NICU. And in that facility, they would not let you go and live in the NICU with your baby like they do in the US. So we would only get to see her 3 times a day for 15 minutes. And my husband and I could not go in together. I mean, it was very small and they were very strict. So I remember during this postpartum time, so like she's not even home yet, and she was in the hospital for a week. I had been released. We took our boys to eat pizza. We had had a great evening. And, you know, I get home and I'm like, have the toilet, lid down, and I'm sitting there and I'm like trying to wash my oldest's hair. And our shower had like really jagged tile. And all of a sudden, and Allie, I don't know, I knew it wasn't me saying it, but it wasn't, I had a male voice eventually, but it wasn't a male voice this time. And I heard, you should bash his head into the wall.
Oh, Lord.
And then I thought, oh, don't do that. Your husband will be so mad at you. Not it's going to kill him. Not you're going to hurt your baby. Your husband, not that it was wrong. Your husband's going to be mad at you. And I excused myself and I went and told my husband immediately. And he texted my doctor. And in Mexico, you don't even have to have a prescription for anti-anxiety meds. So the guy delivered it from the pharmacy that night and I started on it. And it was pretty good. You know, things were fine. And then like I could tell the medicine kicked in. I was still terrified. And he wasn't leaving me alone a lot with them. But then his uncle died. He had to go to Chicago. I was fine by that point. This had been like a month and a half in, and I was having no suicidal ideation, nothing like that happening. And then when he got back, when she turned around 3 months, the depression and this suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation started back. And it was usually, it would kick in. And this is where I completely identify with her. It would kick in when he was not around because he was constantly interrupting me. You know, like, you know how husbands are. Hey, do you want this? Oh, do you want that? Like they go to the grocery store, they're constantly texting you because I don't know, I love him, but oh my God. So then, and then my kids were constantly interrupting me. So it was like I couldn't complete a thought. But during this time, I started to lose words. I was in bed all the time. I started to think ridiculous, irrational things like, oh, he's trying to get the boys away from you. You know, because he would just go entertain them in the living room because he thought I was resting and stuff. But really, I was like, he's trying to take the boys from you. These are all these just wild things I'm thinking. And there was one time he took the boys to a movie. And I mean, Allie, I'm going to be honest. If I had a gun, my baby girl and I would not be here. I wouldn't, because in my irrational head, I thought he was trying to keep me from things. And I mean, it wasn't me, right? Like, and then during this time, and that's interesting because Kathy had said that about those dreams. I, for years, had dreams where I was like trying to beat my oldest. I have never, neither of us have never hit any of our children, pulled them, nothing. We're very gentle. I mean, we get aggravated with them. Obviously, they're kids, right? And they get aggravated with us. But like, we are not cruel people. And it just would terrify me. So my little girl got sick with, I don't know, one of the kid viruses or something. And her pediatrician wanted me and my husband to get some shot that we didn't have as kids that you get down there because it's tropical. Like, you know, so I had talked to my sister who was a nurse who kept checking in on me because she figured something was wrong because every time she would FaceTime me, I was in bed. And she was like, well, be careful because I can't take the flu shot. I turn bright red. I'm going to pass out. I've tried for years. I just can't do it. It's something in one of the tithers, right? So we were talking and she was like, you know, and she's had an adverse reaction, like where she had a sense of doom from, I don't know, some vaccine or something years ago. And I'm not anti-vax at all. I'm just saying some people are a little bit more whatever, right? I mean, I call myself a runt of a litter. If there's a weird side effect, I'm going to get it. Well, so this is like probably in October, and I'd had her in June. We decided to get the shot, and I don't know what happened, but it was like it kicked me out of the depression.
Wow, that's good.
It was really weird, right? Okay, so I'm functioning, I'm great. Fast forward to February, I'm still, within that first year. And I go to pee in our powder room, which was very, very tiny. And I hear over my right shoulder this man's voice. And he says, "You just should kill yourself already." And it was terrifying. So at that point, I'm like, holy shit, it's back.
Just out of the blue.
Out of the blue, I was peeing. It was like, and I had little kids. It was like a 2-second pee, right? Like and completely out of the blue. And it was not in my head. It was behind me. And there was nothing behind me but a wall. So I had made friends with this lady and another lady who was married to a Mexican American, and they had lived all over the world. And I felt like I could confide in her, because I need to tell you all of this. In Mexico, they do not have foster care. So if they feel like they need to take your children away, your children go in an orphanage. And I was petrified. And I'm a permanent resident, and my husband and all 3 children are dual citizens. So the U.S. law doesn't, matter when we're there, right? Because we're Mexican when we're there. So I had that looming over my head. So she hooked me up with this psychiatrist who she said was very discreet out of Mexico City. And we had a phone call, and he was brilliant. And he started the phone call with, "When did you have your first period? What was it like?" And we went through everything, and the horrible cramping and blah, 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 all of my symptoms. And, he said, "It sounds like you had PMDD over the years," which is the premenstrual dysphoric disorder. And it seems like the way you describe it, it got worse after you had kids as you got closer to 40. And I was like, I get that. And then he said, "This all sounds very hormonal, like what you're hearing in all of this, it's all very hormone related, and it's not going to go away until you stop breastfeeding." So he told me, and which I appreciated, I was already on a drug that worked, and we knew that worked and had a history of working, right? And there wasn't awful side effects with me. And he didn't throw another drug at me. He was just like, if you hear a voice or if you have suicidal ideation, take an extra one of those pills. And I did. And it seemed once I finally got her to freaking get off the teat, which took until she was almost 2, I had to like slowly wean her. Periodically, I would have these delusional feelings of somebody trying to take my kids.
And it sounds like, thankfully, like one script would work for you. Like you could take it when it would come up and it would work.
Yeah, so. I mean, I was constantly taking it every day.
Oh.
But then if these thoughts would come up, he told me just to take an extra, and it worked. And then we ended up moving back to the US, and I got into more, I went to therapy, telehealth, because it was like end of COVID and stuff. But what one of my therapists told me, and they were able to diagnose me, I also ended up having OCD, which I always thought I had like a little, right? Like a lot of people think they have a little. And I'm not a cleanliness OCD. It's thoughts, it's rumination, it's that kind of OCD. And she said that there had been a note, like, that there had been notice in studies that show women with OCD and anxiety tend to have a higher risk of developing postpartum psychosis. Anyway, we end up, then I feel like my last kid was like my last egg, because I swear perimenopause kicked in right after. So it's like, it was just a hormonal up and down, up and down, up and down. So then we were able to like add Wellbutrin, and I was able to get back on ADHD medicine. The Wellbutrin is actually for the PMDD. and that works really well. And then we were finally able to get my iron levels up because I had been chronically anemic for like almost 10 years. I just couldn't get them up. And my vitamin D, we were able to get up, and things started to just relax. And I started to feel normal again. And then, then comes full on perimenopause. So like I'm on hormonal therapy, but it was just such a roller coaster. And I see her, and I didn't even say this part, but like, oh, and I don't mean to get emotional, but my husband saved us. He didn't leave me. He did not leave me. And even when he had to like go to Costco because it was only during COVID in Mexico, in our town, it was only one person per family in the car and in the store. So he would constantly be messaging me, and I don't even know if he realized it, but it was like he was breaking. I didn't have time to sit there and ruminate because he was constantly trying to get my attention, or the boys were trying to get my attention. And I would get frustrated and irritated because I couldn't finish these suicidal type thoughts sometimes. And then I know people say, it's kind of contraindicative with people who are suicidal, but my husband would say, like, you're just not allowed. The end. He kind of became like a parent, like in that way, the way he speaks to me, like, you're just not allowed. We don't function without you. You're not doing this. And I was like, okay, dude. and he's not like a super demonstrative guy. So when he spoke up, it was like, all right, okay, easy going, man. I'll listen to you. I mean, but it was a fight. It was such a fight because I lost my words. I couldn't read really well anymore. I had to start listening if I wanted to listen to books. I mean, still, I really do feel like there was some brain damage. It took me until she was about 3 to get my words back, where I wasn't constantly searching for words. Still periodically I'll lose words, but it made me want to hide. Maybe kind of like, not agoraphobic, but you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't want to really leave the house, or I became way too codependent on my husband because I knew he knew all the big, bad, scary things, and I was safe
Still
with
loved
him.
you. Right.
Yeah. And he still loved me. I mean, so, I mean, I don't know what to say. I just know it can happen to anyone. And I came at this from a healthcare background.
And still had had to go through such a fight. And it sounds like you're luckily like you found a medication that worked for you, and then like taking that extra dose worked, because I mean, that's horrifying shit that you went through.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you sharing your story with us.
Yeah. So I want people to understand, like, anybody can be Lindsay. I mean, my kids, they should have been dead multiple times. And I am not that person, you know? Right. So, and I used to think that years ago with Andrea Yates too. Like I saw her, I was young when that happened. I was in college, but I just felt for that woman. And I don't know. I just, like, this week, Bob, when y'all were in the courtroom and she's just sobbing and she can't go through it anymore. And I know exactly how she felt, because it really does take over you. And I honestly think it may have been all of the training I had, where I still had these little tools, even though I was, who's that guy in Tony's show that always says people are nutters? Even though I was having these nutter.
Robin, right?
Yeah, Robin, right? Like, I love when he says that, but like, it's true. Like I knew it was nutter stuff. But
wait, you knew that was Robin Dreek? It's impressive. I never know Allie. I didn't know Allie ever watched me on Tony and Robin.
We met him at the wedding, and he happens to have like a more of a female name that happened to be my best friend's name growing up. So, and she mentioned it earlier. So that, that reminded me.
Yeah. So, I mean, I knew, but it was like, you couldn't snap out of it. And when they were reading her journals, I don't know one woman who hasn't had those thoughts ever about motherhood, and I didn't have them written down. Thank God she had them written down. I just think, like, if it had been me, nothing would have been written down because I was so paranoid that my kids were going to be taken away.
Right.
And that we weren't going to be able to get them back because we lived in a different country. Right. Yeah. So I don't know. My dad used to always say, and this is what I'll leave you with: there by the grace of God go I. And if you can't put yourself in somebody else's shoes and realize how fast your life could change, I don't know what to tell you.
Yes.
And the charting. Just tell those healthcare workers, chart. I teach healthcare workers now, and I teach them de-escalation skills, and at last resort, some self-defense skills, because it is a violent profession. I mean, it's more risky to be a healthcare worker than to be a prison guard. That's a statistic.
Yeah, we heard another horror story earlier. So
chart, and use those quotes, because that ICU nurse was a beautiful example. All right, guys, thanks for doing this.
So much. Thanks
so much.
Bye.
All right, so we still have, thank goodness. Ashley.
She came back.
She thinks she's been back. So we've got and remind the people who didn't hear you say what your background is again.
So apparently I have a problem with hyperfocus. I'm nailed in. I am Ashley. I am a nurse practitioner, psychiatric nurse practitioner, been in nursing for 20 years, mostly CPs, but talk with a lot of moms.
All right, so I'm going to bring on Ashley, then Alex, then Izzy.
Wait, you have Ashley on. You mean Stephanie?
I mean Stephanie, then Alex. Yes, and Stephanie.
All right, and here's the game plan. So I had Tracy pull the link so we're done with having people on for today. We're going to have to do a second one. The way that it's going to go on the second one, because once people start telling their story, that's it. And this just snowballed. There was nowhere for me to fit in the voicemails and the emails. So what we're going to do is the next time is that we're going to do those first. And then what we're going to do
is open up
and then we're going to open up the floodgates and let people come in. If in the interim, before we set the next one of these mental health awareness lives, you decide, I sent an email, but I actually want to come on and tell my story, let me know. Email me. And if you sent me messages in Insta, Twitter, Messenger, they're probably buried. I don't have any of those. So you have to send the emails. I can't track them down any other way. We've been dropping the emails. It's a true crime pod at Gmail or insider@defensediaries.com. Those are the two emails. So what we're saying is I'm going to wrap it after we hear our three remaining guests. So Stephanie, Izzy, and Alex. And then we'll set a second one. Everyone's story is going to get heard, I promise, but we're going up on 7 hours and my wife and I have to eat separate places. But.
All right. So I'm going to bring up Stephanie. Hopefully she's still there. I think she is. Stephanie, you there?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wow. Patience of a saint. Stephanie was sitting back there for hours.
Okay, now I'm trying to turn my camera on and I can't. So I think I'm in good company with the whole tech wizardry thing. Oh my goodness, it's right there.
Oh, you're home. You're home.
Hi.
Hey. Welcome.
Hi. Does Ashley go first or do I go first?
You're going to share your story. Ashley's going to listen.
Oh, okay. So first off, I heard of you all on Music City 911 with Brandon. Love that guy. I'm actually in Nashville. So I think he had you on for Idaho 4.
Yeah.
Talking about how they don't have a.
Yeah. He's awesome. I love Brandon.
I do too. His voice is very calming. Yeah. You both have really calming voices, but actually, so I am just had one of those days. I have 4 kids. I've struggled with depression even before I had kids, and I was really hesitant to share. I'm not sure which story to share because I've struggled with depression and anxiety and all the mom guilt that comes with that. And then also we had a really traumatic experience with my husband and psychosis. So I think I might, maybe the psychosis story would be more relatable.
It's
As
your
far as
your floor. Share what makes you what
as far as Lindsay and relating to being outside of your mind, but I did just want to validate all of the moms or anyone that has mental health. You don't even have to be a mom to to have it. And uh I just sometimes I feel really bad, or I'm hard on myself about my kids because they have two parents that are struggling. Um, Dang it, I wasn't going to get emotional. They just have two parents that have struggled. So, and we just got divorced. But what I'm about to share is, if you can think of it in a box, his psychosis life has not anything to do with our divorce, if that makes sense. Because I don't know, we don't need to get into it. But anyway, so essentially, back in 2019, it's really weird saying my ex-husband, but anyway, my ex-husband was really into listening to like sermons and stuff online. And we're Christians. And I also just wanted to say in a non-creepy way that if you've been hurt by the church and people doing weird stuff, I'm sorry. And I'm not gonna preach to everyone here because I don't think it's not my jam either. But I just wanted to say, if people have hurt you and judged you, and the whole street preaching thing like triggered me bad, because that's where I'm going with this. But anyway, we're believers, and I don't know what happened, but in a moment of him having stress at work and me being a stay-at-home mom, 4 kids who are struggling with mental health issues, super dependent on him, like having him come home from work, triggered something. So ultimate compiling stress. Something happened in his brain when he was watching these sermons and these certain, I don't know what you want to call them, prophets or whatever, and they were doing all the healings. Like they'd go into Walmarts and stuff and like see people with crutches and wheelchairs and wanting to pray over them, and which I guess that's okay to do. It just kind of weirds me out. But he got really obsessed with that. And just by nature, he's kind of an obsessive personality anyway. So it's like he finds a shirt he likes. He buys 17 of that shirt with the brand and all the numbers. So when he gets into something, he is into something. Like if you saw his closet, it was like 75 shirts of the same pattern. So in this instance, when he started listening to these prophet stuff, something in his brain just went off, and he got on this religious spiritual obsession. And it was really hard also being with my in-laws and friends and stuff, like trying to explain things that were mentally, like I thought that they were mental problems versus spiritual attack problems, which that's a whole other conversation, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate to it. But so it was really hard when I was trying to voice, and like, something's off, something is wrong. And I just was not being heard by, especially family in the church, because I think they can both exist. Like we can have mental health problems, we can got evil things going on, whatever. But so that's what I remember, Allie, when you were saying about, God told me to do this, or a demon told me to do this. Like I was like, I'm with you. I've seen this thing. But anyway, just to get back to my story, I'm going to have to, I don't want to, I'll talk for hours if I had to about it, because I want people to know that it's real and it's scary. But anyway, so 2019, yeah, he starts just doing these weird things where he wanted to, like, my son like pulled his his elbow out of socket or something. It's like called nursemaid's elbow or something. And like he wanted to lay hands on him and pray and all these other things. It actually led to me like having a mental breakdown. And I did some of those programs that the other ladies had shared, the partial hospitalization and then the IOP. And it was really life-changing for me as far as getting support for myself. But then we know how 2020 went. So I had been fresh out of IOP for like 2 days, and then the world shuts down. And my husband's still doing this weird stuff, but it's not every day. It wasn't all the time. It was just sometimes. And he'd say these weird things, or he'd say, "You've got to watch this guy." And he would be like casting demons out of him and all these people. And I'm already going through my own stuff. I'm like, you should really think before you send me things like that. And then of course, 2020, everybody's home. I get pregnant with baby number 4. So that was, oh my goodness, I'm just coming off of my own mental breakdown. My husband is doing stuff that's freaking me out. Let's have a baby, right? So, and that was hard too, because our family, you could see the disappointment in them when they found out we were having another baby. And I was a little disappointed in myself for not being more responsible. But now, I mean, he's 5 now, and there's just no way we could have life without him. But just thinking of my mental health in general. But just to fast forward, he was born in January 2021. All these so 2019, 2021, his mental, like the way he was viewing the world and the things that he was doing, they were just very strange. And he had went to, what's that, like Guitar Center or something, and he bought one of those like amp things that come in a backpack or something, where you can has a microphone too. So it's the street preaching kit or whatever you want to call it. And I was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, I feel called to preach on the street." And I'm like, okay, I mean, I guess it's not bad. I just think it's weird. So he went through a few months of not talking about doing stuff like that, which I was glad, because I was kind of firing back at him. I'm like, "You're acting really weird." And then he'd get offended, and I was probably not talking in the most respectful way that I should be. But after our baby was born in January, something else clicked, where he had a couple normal weeks, and he's like, "I think my workplace is super stressful. I need to remove myself from that environment. I think it's going to help our family." And I was like, okay. We're like Dave Ramsey people. So we're like, we'll live off of our emergency fund and it'll be great. And we had a rental property and then the house that we lived in. And he said, "I think that we should sell the rental property and we'll have a cushion while I'm like getting my bearings and finding a new job." And I was so excited about it. Well, then so he resigns on a Monday. Tuesday, he goes into work. Everything's fine. He's doing the transition program. He's like, "I will train the next person," or whatever. And then I don't know what happened, but Tuesday night, he snapped. And when I say snapped, I mean, he started getting emotional and crying. And I think it hit him of the magnitude of not having a job with a stay-at-home wife with 4 kids. I think it just was like, what am I doing? We're going to lose our health insurance. We're not going to have a stable income. Along with all the other weird stuff he was doing, he's like, "I think we need to sell this house too." And I'm like, "No, that's not what we're going to do. We talked about this. We're going to sell the rental property. We're going to stay here and we'll find something else." And he just started crying and stuff. And I was like, "You just need to go to bed." Well, in the morning, this is Wednesday morning, he woke me up, I was feeding, and feeding the baby. And he said, the baby's 7 weeks at this point. And he said, "We need to sell both houses. We might have to live on the street." And I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. So I grabbed my baby and the other three kids, how many kids? 3 kids. And I took one to kindergarten, one to speech therapy, and the other 2, we went to McDonald's and I got some hotcakes and living the dream. And I just was like, please let him be at work. Please let him leave for work when I get home. I got home. He wasn't there, thankfully. A few hours later, I get a call from his coworker. He said, have you noticed that he's been a little off today? And I said, yes, he's been off for a while. And he's like, okay, well, we think he might be having some sort of psychotic episode. And I was like, from what I witnessed this morning and him telling me he thinks we need to live on the street and sell all of our stuff, I would agree with that. And they said, do you want us to call somebody to come get him, or do you want us to take him somewhere? Because at the time, we thought you could just go to a place and admit them besides going to the ER because he's saying all this weird stuff. But I didn't know that. So anyway, they're driving on the interstate and he tries to jump out of the car. And the coworker, so it's the boss driving, the coworker is in the car and he pulls him back in. And the boss is like, lock the doors, lock the doors. Well, in his mind, he said that you're going to leave me there and demons are going to torture me. They're going to torture me. And he got out of the car. And the boss pulled the vehicle over. And this is the hard part. He took off all of his clothes and he ran into the interstate at 3:00 in the afternoon. And he was hit by a car. I think it was a box truck. And then he got up and jumped on top of another car and jumped over the median into the northbound traffic and was hit again. I get a call from Facebook Messenger. I didn't even know you could get calls through Facebook Messenger from this guy that I call the Good Samaritan, and he was crying. This grown man just weeping, never talked to him before. He said, I tried to save him. I tried to save him. I have no idea what's going on. I hadn't talked to the boss or coworker. This man got out of his car and tried to pull him off of the median, the walls that split the interstate, tried to pull him off because he had a son who was schizophrenic and he saw his eyes and he knew that he needed to help. And this man didn't know. He got out of his car. Cars are like piling up and stuff. Luckily they stopped and he tried to pull him, and that's when he got over the median and was hit by the northbound traffic. And I think he thought he was dead, and he was just sobbing, and I had no idea what was happening. And then the coworker called me and told me what happened. And so my baby is 7 weeks old. It's 2021. Hospitals are still doing COVID procedures. And he's in the trauma unit. Like, it's like you see on ER, like these aren't rooms. They're like, there's a person and a curtain, a person and a curtain. And I have no idea I'm trying to get this right. The first day he was there, I didn't want to see him because I was scared. But I had a doctor come in, and I know I'm talking a really long time, but I feel like it might be helpful, or maybe even just encouraging, to share. I thought, okay, he's been hit by 3 cars. He's probably got like brain damage. He's probably paralyzed. I had the nurse write down his injuries. He had a face fracture, a laceration on his forehead, a fractured rib, road rash, and edema in his pelvis, and that is it. No spinal cord injury, no brain trauma. Like, it's a miracle. When they brought him in, he's doing the whole thing of casting out demons in the ER and all the things that they're terrifying. And when I finally did see him, he was telling me again that we still needed to sell the things. And I said, well, we'll figure those things out later. But anyway, those are the nitty gritty details. But fast forward, he was, when you have road rash, apparently, I guess you go to a burn unit, which I didn't realize that. So medical people, you probably already know that. But so he had several procedures to get the wounds cleaned out, and they finally got him in with they had a psych evaluation like the day after. And it was just a really long process of physically healing and then healing the mind. He was eventually diagnosed with bipolar 1, which he had never even displayed any symptoms of just depression, anxiety in general. But that was the diagnosis, and he came from a family that was really anti-meds. He was on a few of the, almost all of the medicines that they've spoken about in Lindsay's case. He or I have been prescribed them, and but the one that has seemed to help him is Vraylar, and he takes Zoloft now. And with those two together, he hasn't had. He did try to wean off of the medication at one point. The psychiatrist did give the okay to do that. I don't know. I don't understand all the brain doctor stuff, but he felt confident that he didn't have to be on medication forever. So he weaned off of it, and about 2 months later, he was regressing, and I saw it, and I knew the signs this time. And that's when I just had a very frank conversation, and I said, "You're sick. If you had a cold or the flu or a broken leg, like I would take you to get help." And it finally, he must have been lucid that moment. He was like, okay, I'll go back and get help. So we did it together. And it's not been easy. It's been hard. Physically recovering, mentally recovering. But yeah, that's our story. And I thought it might be helpful to share just another perspective of when someone is out of their mind. Sidebar, if you were dealing with a long-term disability company and trying to convince them that your husband wasn't trying to off himself by running into traffic was really difficult.
Wow.
I'm like, lady, we're in the South. Like, we have guns. We've got,
easier ways to do it than running into traffic.
Yeah. And so, finally all the records and stuff got sent over or whatever. But we did end up getting it for 2 years, thankfully. But
wow,
I just thought, yeah.
Scary story.
Yeah. So I thought maybe it would be another layer of psychosis that maybe doesn't involve children, which is so heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. But I thought maybe just a perspective that doesn't involve children being hurt could maybe just give more perspective of people that are in those states of mind.
No.
Yeah. And the point of this was not to just focus. Like I wasn't asking people with only, PPD and PPP to come on. Like there's all kinds of mental illnesses that need to be discussed, because it's just it's a general proposition that mental illness is just stigmatized. So now
people look out on our community page, because we are going to start this private group for people that want to continue to converse with each other, that have bonded over this. So we'll get it out there.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to keep you all. I know that was long, but
we appreciate
but I love you guys. I love the candid. I love that your dog just runs through the screen, or your kids come in and say hi. Like, I just love it. Oh, and I have a Scarlet as well.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm assuming the Scout is the To Kill a Mockingbird reference, obviously.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I'm like, I love these people through a screen, through the televisions.
Yeah. So that meeting was through the television.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
But thank you all.
Thank you, Steph.
You guys are hilarious, and I love it. I feel like I found my people. So
that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
All right. So we've got, I don't know, was Izzy waving her hand? I feel bad about Alex. Well, Alex just disappeared. Izzy, you need to come on. All right. So let's see if Alex is here. Alex, are you there, Alex?
I hear little people.
There's babies. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear little people.
Hold on
Maybe
one second.
Okay. So, you know, it's
Yeah, ain't this the truth right here? That sums it up right there.
Yeah.
Can I point out one
idea.
thing? I'm sorry that I've seen like
course.
across everyone that's been speaking today, and I think this gets lost on people who aren't in the mental health field. There are so many diagnoses that have an add-on with psychotic features. So, like Stephanie that just talked, her husband was diagnosed with bipolar 1. Obviously, at some point in time, he had psychotic features. So when I think people tend to get confused. There's been a lot of talk about Lindsay's diagnosis. Was she bipolar? Was she depressed? Was it PMDD? Was it, postpartum psychosis? And I think that gets lost. Like, so many mental illnesses can have a psychotic component, but what matters is if we're treating the person, not so much putting a label on it. So.
Right. Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. Alex, are you there?
Yes.
All right. I know you've
hear
been
me?
waiting. Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that was you in the supers that I highlighted early on about that you had sent
Yes,
an
the
email.
email.
Okay, good.
Yeah. It was funny when you guys brought it up on the screen. I've been having issues with my sound, and of course it was all muted, so I heard nothing you guys said. But yeah, that was me.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad we found you. So go ahead, share your story.
So this case has really hit me hard. I've had to skip anything having to do with what happened to the kids as I've watched it, just because I'm 36. I have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl, just different ages order than Lindsay's kids. But my daughter is almost 5, my son is almost 3, and my baby's 8 months. So
Wow.
very close in age to her kids. I have bipolar type 2. I think she might have been diagnosed with type 1. It's kind of been not very clear through the trial, or maybe they've mentioned it when I haven't watched, but
No, I think we'll have to be standing by for the defense's case in chief to hear fully where they're at.
And I had, so my first pregnancy, perfect, great, dealt with a little bit of childhood trauma, PTSD, won't go into that, but that was just I was prepared for that. And then with my second, I ended up with postpartum OCD, which I didn't even know existed. You hear about postpartum depression. I had no idea. And I didn't really know a lot about OCD anyway. So when I was having those intrusive thoughts, I didn't know what was going on, because you hear about baby blues. I already dealt with anxiety. So I just kept on rationalizing it in my head. But I don't think a lot of people understand it's progressive and slow. So the first ones start off pretty innocuous, when they took my son out for his first bath and they left the room with him, I was sitting on my hands, stressed out, because I was thinking of all the bad things that could happen to him, right? What if they bring me back the wrong baby? Just what I now realize are kind of crazy things, but also you can rationalize normal mom worries. And then it just slowly over time, without me realizing it, until I hit the one that caused me to call my therapist, just they got more intense. And the one of them that I can think of, we were at a splash pad, and I was there with my sister-in-laws and my husband and our kids, and there was this old man just sitting on a park bench, and he had his phone out and was taking pictures. And my brain went to where some people's brains might go, right? And I leaned over to my sister-in-law and I said something to her is that guy weirding you out? He's kind of weirding me out. And she was like, yeah, I guess so. Didn't think it was a big deal, but in my head, it was red flags, right? Siren going off. And this older lady was standing not right next to us, but very near us. And she walks over and ends up next to the park bench where he's at. and yells over to the kids on the splash pad. And she's like, hey, kids, come get snacks from grandpa. And she's emphasized the grandpa part and looked right at me. And when I tell you, I've never felt more like embarrassed, guilty, and shame all at the same time, because he was just an old grandpa taking pictures of his grandkids. And my brain is telling me he's this terrible, awful person. So that kind of made me pause, right? And then the one that caused me to call my doctor and be like, hey, something's going on. I'm like, something's not right. I was sitting feeding my son. My husband had taken our daughter to go take a bath, and I was just feeding him. Everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, I had this thought in my head that my husband's going to drown our daughter. Like, and it was real. And it was, I need to go check on her right now. And so I found myself going up the stairs and sitting at the top of the stairs because our bathroom was right there, and just listening, because I was like going to bust in and save her when it happened. Right. And it was so real and scary. And then it like went away. And I felt so much guilt and just like hurt, and like I couldn't tell him about it because I didn't want him to know that I had those thoughts about him. So it was like I couldn't talk to him about it, because my husband and I've always talked to him about like any of my mental health issues. We have a very good communication, and he's a rock star. He's the best dad ever. And so, and that's the other thing, like he's such a good dad that I just felt so awful that I would ever even think that about him. So that's when I was like, I need to call my psych. We need to have a conversation. So the next day I like set up an appointment, shot him an email, was like, hey, I need to talk to you. And here's the difference between my experience and Lindsay's experience. So I'm on Zoom with him, and we're talking, and I'm like, hey, I'm having these really intrusive thoughts. I don't like them. I want them to go away. And he's like, okay, what are your intrusive thoughts? And this is another thing I haven't heard anyone talk about. I didn't want to say them out loud, because the second I said them out loud, they were going to happen. Right. And so I didn't want to speak them in the universe and then have all of these terrible things happen. And then I would blame myself. Right. It would be my fault for saying them. And it's this whole like spiral you go into. So I was like, I don't want to say them out loud, because like my brain is telling me that they will actually happen. And he was like, okay. And he met me where I was at. And then he said, are they about you hurting yourself? And I was like, no. And then he was like, are they about you hurting your kids? And I said, no, they're about other people hurting my kids. I'm terrified of everyone. I didn't leave my house for probably 3 months after my son was born. Refused to leave the house. I was terrified of everything, everywhere. And so we talked about it, and he prescribed me medication, low dose. He said we would titrate up as we needed, but we're going to start here, see if it does anything. And he was like, if there are any negative side effects, call me, let me know, and we'll adjust and go from there. And I feel like had her psychiatrist just dug a little bit deeper, right, into those intrusive thoughts, because she might have said, I'm close to having, ideations. She was already having those. She was just scared to say it out loud. And I just wish that they had pushed her just a little bit, not like over the edge, not hard, but just dug a little bit deeper and showed her that they were listening and that they cared. Because the way it is looked with just about every single provider she went to, it's like they were just brushing her off or just going through the motions. And from what her journals say and everything, it just sounds like she didn't feel that anyone, she was like speaking to the void, right? And when you're in that mindset of being scared of your own brain, because that's how it feels, you're like fighting your own brain, which is a terrifying place to be. You're desperate to find answers, right? You want to know what it is, what's causing it. And then you want to know how to make it go away. And I empathize with her so much. And I feel just so lucky that one, I had a spouse who listened to me, whatever I said. Like my grandma was actually hospitalized for postpartum depression. So when and I didn't find out about that until I was like 30. So when we started talking about having kids, I was like, the second you think anything is wrong, you take me to the hospital. Like, I do not want to hurt myself. I don't want to hurt my kids. Like, I don't care if I tell you, no, I'm fine. Like, if you see anything, we're going, like, pack my bags. So, and he was like, I don't think that's going to happen, but I absolutely will. But he's always been super supportive of everything. And so I had that in a spouse. And then I had providers. I had been with my psychiatrist for almost 7 years at that point. We had rapport. I knew him. I trusted him. He also knew what like my ups and downs looked like. So he could like kind of tell, okay, she's being serious. Like, this is an issue. We need to address it. And she did have a supportive family, so that was good. But it was just, I was already on my medications too for my bipolar. I had had the diagnosis for like a decade at that point. I knew what I needed, if I needed to go up, if I needed to go down, like all of that. And I just, my heart breaks for her, because I feel like had things gone a different way, and had she had the resources that I had, we would not be here. And it's just so heartbreaking. And I empathize with her, and I see my kids and her kids. And it's just, I don't even want to imagine what it would be like in that situation. I can't, because it would just, I would spiral. But yeah, this case, I feel like, is definitely causing a conversation in mental health. In fact, my husband texted me yesterday when he was at work, and he was like, because we've been talking about like the psych department at his job, and having discussions about like psychiatry in general. And he was like, hey, just want to let you know, psych took a patient that they normally wouldn't have, because it wouldn't have been as severe as they like would typically take in. He's like, I think this case is like affecting how they do their job. And I was like, unfortunate about the situation, but good thing that people are having these thoughts and conversations about, taking people more seriously, and addressing people's issues, even though it might not look immediately like a crisis. So that was good. But yeah, that's just kind of, I as I've watched the case, I just like, my heart breaks for her. And I feel lucky, because I very well, like with my mental health history and diagnoses and what happened postpartum, like I very well could have been her if I didn't have the resources and the partner and the family that I have. So yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I'm really glad that you shared your story. And I mean, it does just show, I don't know, what are your thoughts, Ashley?
I think it loops right back around to the beginning of this live stream. If somebody had just asked the right questions.
Yes.
And I mean, this is perfect example between Lindsay and Alex, how things can go differently, just depending on how skilled the person asking the questions is and invested.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Alex. We greatly appreciate it.
Really?
Absolutely. Oh, I did want to throw out there. So my husband works with, and I'm not going to say the name, but he works with a psychiatrist who is very infamous in the true crime and LawTube community. And he says that he is exactly how he presented in court. So I'll just throw that out there. But you probably know who I'm talking about. But you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for doing this. Like I said, awareness saves lives. When people understand what's going on in their head and what's causing, their thoughts, their feelings, it definitely helps address it. And then they can feel like, oh, this isn't my fault. I'm not a bad person. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Alex, I don't know who you're talking about. Email it to me.
Okay, I will.
All right. Bye.
Thanks, Alex.
All right. We've got Izzy backstage. Izzy, hi. We would love for you to share your story. Hopefully you're able to hear us.
I can.
Oh.
I'm not.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can't hear the other ones in the stream here, so I've had to have the Wi-Fi or like the YouTube in the back. I'm not a mom. I never obviously then suffered postpartum, but I have a lot of empathy for what's going on, and I can understand how Lindsay got to where she got, because she wasn't getting helped. And so just the 2 cents that I wanted to add to this conversation was like, well, how I became involved, like how I've been taking care of my mental health, because sadly I've had some instances of passive ideation, or like some, and it's a little bit more than just like having the thought of like it's not an intrusive thought. It's like, because we've all had that thought of like we're driving down the road and all of a sudden, what if I do this and like hit this barricade or whatever. I feel like that's not like a super atypical, like out of nowhere, like people have those thoughts sometimes. I know I have, but I have never had like other issues like psychologically. Obviously it's been a hard couple of years. There's stuff going on in my family and in my life that have made it like more difficult, and I've definitely felt some pressure. So I did have those passive thoughts, but that has never happened to me before, and that is exactly when I sought help. And I truly believe the only reason that I was able to get help is because I already had a doctor that I trusted, like a primary care doctor. And this is really difficult to find as an adult. I don't know if this is like, I don't think this is a unique experience as an adult. It's really hard to find good doctors that you can talk to, that they can talk to you. So I found my doctor through my parents. My parents are going to her, and I have never left her. I live in Miami, and I moved across the state, and I would still come back to Miami. I would drive 3 hours to come see her because I did not, I didn't want to have to doctor shop. And so, also, side note, she's the one that caught that I had thyroid cancer just off of a blood panel, a yearly blood panel. I was going to get off of my insurance because I didn't have work, and I'm like, okay, one last annual with the doctor and I'll go. And it was 2020, in the beginning of 2020, and I had gone to do my blood work, and I had an appointment with her the next day. I was coming up, it was a Thursday, I was coming up for the appointment on Friday. They called me on Thursday, hey, your doctor has a problem, she's not going to be there. So I go, and they said, you can be seen with her on Monday, or you can be seen with her, a partner of her practice, tomorrow. And this is why I trust her. Let me go to her partner, because Monday I won't have insurance, so I'm not going to be able to pay you guys, because I was unemployed at the time in 2020. So I go, and this lady just puts me on meds without even ever touching me, never talking to me. She puts me on levothyroxine, the smallest dose, and you'll get fixed right up. And I go, okay. Well, again, I trusted her because of the adjacent, like the connection with my doctor that I trusted so much. And she said, take this for 8 weeks, come back, we'll do more blood work, and I'm like, well, now I need to keep the insurance. So I kept the insurance. I came back in 8 weeks, and my doctor looked at it, and it said, what happened? And I said, well, I explained to her what I just explained to you. She told me, oh, the smallest dose of levothyroxine, and you should be fine. And she closes the documents. I thought it was interesting how it happened. She closes my file and says, okay, we're going to stop that, and you're going to get off of that, and in 8 more weeks you're going to repeat the blood panel, and if something comes up, you're going to go get an ultrasound, because that's the protocol. You've never presented with any problems of thyroid, and so for this to be changed, this is why it's so important to have a good PC, like a good primary care person. I know, like, it's hard, it's expensive. I don't have insurance now, and I still go see her. Try to find a good doctor or local clinic that you click with, and they will charge you less if you have insurance. Insurance is a thing that messes up, like, it gums up the system. So they charge more for people that have insurance because they can charge the insurance. But if you are just like a person without insurance, you can be seen, and sometimes for less, and sometimes even your medication is going to be less because of the insurance aspect. So I understand the concept and the issues that we're dealing with in this country when we have to have insurance and we think we have to have insurance, and it's been drummed up in our minds that we have to. But I want to just couple things. Check your thyroids, everybody. It's so important, especially for women. The adrenal glands, it's how we, from what I understand and the research that I've done, it's how women get balanced, our hormonal balance. It's part of it. It's if we're not well rested, if we're not, that all comes from the thyroid. So check your thyroid, have a good doctor that sees you constantly, get your blood work done. There's also a lot of resources, and I can give them to you, the guys, and I'll give you resources if you need to get blood work, and it's cheaper. And you go to Quest just like you would normally, but it's just you paid less. But have people that you can trust, because when it came to a point where I did have those issues, I knew I could go to somebody that I would listen to me.
So it was a medical issue. They were trying to diagnose you with a mental health issue, or?
No. This was 2020. My mental health problem happened in early 2025.
Oh, okay.
I had a really hard situation at work that just kind of like exacerbated a lot of personal things that I was already dealing with. Like I did not need to be worrying about work when there was a lot of stuff going on in my life already. And it just kind of, my thought was, I went to a high, that's what I do when I need to cry at work. I go to another floor and I went to a higher floor, and my thought was, I'm so glad these windows are locked. And that scared me. That thought, and it was so like, but it was scared me because I had never thought of that, of harming myself ever. And that freaked me out. So, but again, I had already started writing in my notes, again with Lindsay and her notes. I had started writing in my notes all of the symptoms that I was feeling, because I would get to work and all of a sudden I would obviously never want to go to work. Like that's not normal. When you get up in the morning and you never want to go to your job, we all would love to be unemployed and happy and not have to work. But the idea of like that you get up and you dread going to work, that's not normal. That number one. Number two, I would get to my job and I would sit at my desk and I was all of a sudden warm. I would just get hot. So I started also writing those symptoms down, because I knew at that point, especially once had that thought, I needed help, but I needed to give them like just things that I had already noticed and that had changed by like physically in me. So just have those like real like retrospective ways of looking at yourself, or like reflective ways, and be honest with yourself about yourself, because if not, there's nobody that can tell you about yourself, you know. And I think that's another thing that was happening with Lindsay. She wasn't really, she thought she knew, and she thought she should have known. And I think that's part of what happened with her, besides the fact that they didn't ask her enough questions. They didn't really like dig deep. But I think she also thought she should have been able to take care of herself. And we can't do everything. That's another thing that women, no offense, Bob, women get taught a lot about, like, just we're supposed to be able to do it all. And I say moms get superpowers when they become moms. Like, moms are amazing. And honestly, it's what women do is amazing, but we also understand that we are under-researched biologically. And so we have to watch out for each other and watch out for ourselves. We have to. Because if not, then...
You make really good points. I really appreciate you
that was
sharing
just
your
my
story.
2 cents. It's a heavy conversation, but I didn't want to leave it. Like, I didn't want to just have heavy thoughts, because we all... And we have to also be empathetic with ourselves. And the way that we talk about ourselves is the way we're going to talk to other people. So we want to be able to like be kind to ourselves.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for sharing. Bye,
Thanks,
Izzy.
Izzy.
Bye, guys.
We appreciate you. All right. Well, it was a pretty powerful day. There was a lot. There's a lot. Well, Ash, you've powered through with us.
No problem. And can I leave you guys with one last thought that Izzy brought up?
Oh, we would love for that.
It is always okay to fire your doctor. It is always okay to fire your prescriber. It is always okay to fire your therapist. It is so important to find the right fit for you. So,
yeah,
I was trying to see if we had any medical questions in the supers before we let Ashley go. But there's so many. I don't see any that are like direct question. Unless you're seeing something, babe.
I didn't see any when I was kind of scanning through them.
Okay, so here was one. With all of the postpartums, curious, did she experience a worsening PPP or PPD after pregnancies? And I don't know if that was directed to a woman or specifically that was sharing a story, or if we're talking about Lindsay, which we wouldn't really know quite yet, right?
So just globally, yes. Once you have a postpartum diagnosis, every following pregnancy increases your risk. Not only of also having a repeat, but of it being more severe. And that's especially true if you have an underlying bipolar diagnosis.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. And then Sub Rosa says, I know Sub Rosa was one of the people who was backstage waiting forever. And then she just couldn't wait anymore. BPP is not regular psychosis. It quickly shifts between deep maddening and total clarity per hour.
Madness.
Oh, and total clarity per hour. Acute mania and deep depression dominate this type.
So once again, back to we don't have a clear diagnosis for PPP. And I think it really varies by person. Like, what's the underlying problem? Are you having major depression with psychotic features? Are you having, postpartum OCD, postpartum, bipolar issues? So, but yes, it can shift very quickly, and it can be different for everyone.
Yeah. All right. Well, is anything else you want to say in closing, or
no? Thank you guys so much. It's been a great day.
Well, we appreciate you hanging with us
very, very much.
No
Yes,
problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a good evening. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
All right. We got a ton of supers and jewels. M's BDC says, feeling especially proud of being part of this community today. Thank you, Bob and Allie, and everyone who choose to educate us by sharing their stories. Yes. And I know there was an Andrea. We're not done. There was an Andrea who was backstage for a while who also didn't get a chance to come on.
Well, that Andrea gets family hug. And then also Andrea Collins, I think they're probably different. I shall wait to see if I get my family hug. Family hug. Welcome, Andrea Collins.
Yes. And Stitched and Solved says, happy National Relaxation Day and happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, Stitched and Solved.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. She's going to be in and out today, and I'm proud of today's show. Keep up the good work. Prayers to all those who need love and support. Babe, do you see where our poll came? Because I kept trying to see, and I clearly don't know how to do it. If it was Discord or Facebook. Caroline says, Dwyer says, hi all, and thanks for sharing. Pat Clancy's org, Heard with Love has a way to submit your PPD PPP stories. Highly encouraged. All right. Well, thank you for that. Happy Cammer, thank you. Petty for your thought.
Facebook.
Oh,
By a
Facebook.
landslide.
All right, so we're going to set it up on Facebook. We're going to need some help, some mods who are willing to actually maybe alternate moderating, because the last thing, we can hope that we're only letting people in that we've kind of vetted and cleared, but then we need to be able to boot them out if something goes sideways. Formerly,
Persephone.
yes, Persephone. All right. Now I put it together. Can't watch a trial too hard on my heart, but watching recaps and wanted to show support today, especially. Love you all. Thank you for covering this. It needs to be on the forefront. Thanks for your generosity.
Thanks, Persephone.
Ritzy1, thanks for doing this. Mental health awareness is much needed. Thanks for your generosity.
Thank you.
And Amber 23, probably long gone. This is from 11 o'clock. Thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you both so much for hosting this safe space forum for women to tell their stories and be heard. And then Jessica Bella is a new member. She was backstage forever. So I'm
we had
sorry.
so many people piled up back there. It was
crazy. And so many people trying to get in. So I'm so sorry you didn't get on. Alex, we read and heard from. Jessa said there's a reason mental health is so far behind. It was seen as a woman's issue. Hysteria, from the Latin word hystera, which is womb/uterus. Wow, that's interesting, because it's something that we've all been saying, and starting with my story, which was just like a little kind of just microcosm of it, feeling like they're acting like you're just hysterical. Some more Jules. Always love the Jules. Appalachian Esquire says, anyone else been misdiagnosed bipolar? I was, based on my family history, when I actually had MDD, which is major depressive disorder. Abilify gave me high. Sorry, guys. Now happily on antidepressants. I think that's probably an issue that people have.
Ideation. Yeah.
Oh, gave me high homicidal ideation. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's crazy, because they assume if it's in your family history. So I mean, the first thing I ask my clients when I suspect some sort of major, psychiatric issue, I'm like, do you have a family history of bipolar disorder, depression? Because I'm expecting that family, from this layman as far as medical. But thank you for your support. And thank you, Chicago Marie, for your generosity. Thanks for doing this, Defense Diaries.
Thanks,
And
Chicago.
Shannon's Cooper. And you get a family hug for Becky Law Nerd.
Oh, family hug.
And Sub Rosa came back and says, after forcing them to admit me because I knew something was seriously wrong, they still misdiagnosed me for 6 years. Then I found my diagnosis and my meds myself and have been fine ever since.
Wow.
Crazy. And thanks for your continued support. And again, sorry about that. Linz and Chilo, thanks for your support. If you if you do speak to Red's team, please find out if they're going to discuss the stoppage of breastfeeding at the same time as starting all those meds. Hugely impactful on mood. Thanks for doing this live. And we've heard some of that today. And that's something that I was unaware of, like even in my realm of things I was thinking about. Thanks, Ohio Coffee. Mari Corey's a new member. What does Mari get? Well, a family hug. Welcome. Dog Mom, thank you. Deep Light, thank you. Kai says healthcare in Switzerland isn't perfect, but I could stay at a hospital when I didn't want to live, but didn't have a plan. 1 week costed me less than $100, meds and all included. Wow, that's crazy. That's
family hug. Sorry, my computer was
I got her. Ritzy came back, continued generosity, misdiagnosed by the ER twice within the same 2 weeks. A week later, I was admitted with an ischemic stroke and pulmonary embolism. Misdiagnosis was migraine and anxiety. Since then, treated for MDD and PTSD on top of POTS. Wow, that's scary. And I don't know if we're saying it was all just POTS and you were getting and your pulmonary issues and they were misdiagnosing you, or you had that as well. But it goes back to what we said basically at the very start 7 hours ago. Cassie Baby gifted 5 Defense Diary memberships. Thank you very much for your generosity and your continued generosity. She comes back and says, thank you for spreading awareness. You guys have the biggest hearts and you're appreciated. Well, you're appreciated as well. Megan, not Megan, says, thank you for this. I sent it to my daughter-in-law. Hopefully she is in here. If so, hi, baby. Thanks again, DD. Well, that was also 6 hours ago. So 7 hours ago. So hope if she was, hopefully she saw it. The real sisters in crime, Katie and Miss, all sending some jewels. Nurse Mandy says, thank you so much for doing this. My OB discussed at length PPD and PPP after having my baby and actually referred to this case as to how bad it can get. This topic needs to be talked about more. Yeah, we're hearing that for sure. Kristen Vasquez and Scorpio, thank you. Julie Jensen, thank you, Julie. This conversation is long overdue. Praying for all that suffer through the system. Thank you, Matas, for bringing awareness. Hoping things can change for the better. Yeah, us too. Yeah. Haley and Tam T. Give me
all the tea.
Yeah. And no putts. And then Jessabella also came back. Can we volunteer to come on or is it too late? Oh, she was back there. I'm so sorry.
So long she was back there.
Fronella and Echo Evergreen are new members. What do they get?
Frodnella. Oh, family hug to both of you.
Mikael and G Unit and Little Mommies and Lawful Law and Lori and Virtual Drawer with all the jewels.
You really butchered that one jewel.
Sorry.
Mikael.
Critical True Crime. Thanks for your continued support for 7 months. Thank you so much for doing this. Well, thank you for your support. Jay Conrad, fire breathing bitch queen, seeking justice. Thank you for the jewels. Critical True Crime comes back. I can't thank you guys enough for doing this. Well, we can't thank you enough either. Jen P is a new member. What's she get?
Oh, family hug. Welcome, Jen.
Miss Dina and Lady Jane, thank you for the jewels. Creative Photos. One says, we are often seen as weak, but we got grit. Yeah.
Saw it today. People fighting through some incredible.
Kathleen, thank you. Carla, thank you. GA Cat Mom, thanks for your continued support. In Georgia, most of our inpatient center are closed. That's a scary thought. Scary. Sarah Mess says, closings, I just feel like I'm not being heard. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be in there. And Lori CT Dot gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. And welcome to those who got it. Casey, thank you. Ain't so plain Jane says, appreciate all the brave souls that are telling us their stories. Thank you, Bob and Allie. I love you all. You're worthy and meant to be here. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Goodman's gifted a membership. Thanks for your generosity.
Thank you.
Daisy Mart and Bittersweets. Thank you. Same with Ice Queen for the jewels. Sarah Mess closings. There wasn't a box for that. Yeah. Tufts, right?
No.
I know I'm saying it was like she was depreciating. I mean, that sounds bad, but the box was there. The box was there. NH to FL, thank you. Song.
Wait, you skipped this.
Oh, James Harder gifted 10 DD memberships. I don't know how I missed that. Thank
James
you.
Harrer.
James Hare, thank you.
The
Uh,
butchery. The
Song
name.
Bits Laura, thanks for your continued support. Everyone, new mom now. I'm going to ask, how is mom? Yeah, that's what, instead of how is baby, you got to add how, instead of just how is baby, you got to add how is mom.
100%.
Debbie 2050, thank you. Gifted 5 memberships and welcome to
Thanks,
those
Debbie.
who got it. For the kids, thank you. At Villanelle, right?
I think so. Villanelle, yeah, that seems right.
Thank you all for bringing this real problem into a light in a positive way. Sending love. Yes, thank you. Cat Dog and Tiff, thank you. I hope we're figured out how to connect Fitz and Kathy.
I did.
Sleuth Investigates. Thanks for your continued support. 7 months. Bob and Allie, love your hearts, damn it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
ML Wildchild, thanks for your generosity. Thank you, Mata family, for helping. Bluebird, 1 year anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Indeed.
This was an
I saw
absolute.
Bluebird came back too. She was buried though, way down there.
Oh, sorry, Bluebird. There was an absolute awesome thing to do. Yes, yes. Bewildered in Texas. Thanks for your generosity. Please talk about perinatal and postpartum psychosis in fathers. Well, that I need to know about. I mean, I guess we kind of just heard about one. I don't know if it had anything to do with being a father, but the last story that we heard, we need to hear more about this on the next one. Bewildered in Texas. Bluebird comes back and says, I just want to tell you guys, thanks for giving people a place to have their voice heard. Your stories matter. You are not alone. Remember self-care and reach out to others if you feel totally drained, re-traumatized by sharing. Yes, thank you, Bluebird.
Great comment.
Yes, yes. And I know critical true crime was bawling at the ER nurse story. Yeah. Yeah. Holly Johnson, member for 8 months. Thanks for your continued support. Thanks for sharing your story. She might be a member for
different channel.
For what was her name again? Now I just blanked on her. Samantha. Who waited back there forever. I really wish we could add more time with her. But I'm sure she can loves your continued support. You are a hero. It took so much courage for you to speak your truth. I pray and feel the love and vibes healing. And then we got some jewels from Likio and one
Ironaut.
Yeah,
there we go.
Tennessee Lake Gal. Thanks for your generosity. My heart is broken for you, Kathy, and all the guests, Bob and Allie, and the experts. God bless you. Yeah, it was a rough one. She was really brave to tell her story.
That's not for us. If it has that little link thing there.
Okay. New member for Samantha. I'm sure she's very thankful for that. Lisa Graham, thank you. And there's Kathy, Hostile Workplace Exposed, gifting
Kathy.
a membership. Thanks, Kathy, and thanks for sharing your story today. Fanny Johnson and KK Non, thank you guys. And thanks, Wake Up American. Some more new members for Samantha. We got Kristen Jane and Debbie. I'm sure she's appreciative of that. Thank you, Wyoming. Thank you, Daphne. Daphne and Mad World. Sarah Be Creative, thanks for your generosity. Says thank you all for your beautiful stories, and thank you to Bob and Allie for making this a safe space. Thank you, all of you, for making this a safe space. Really. Classic overthinker. Thank you. Thank you, DD, for trying to bring awareness to mental health. Yes. Darlene, thank you. Nothing, thank you. Tortoise has been a member for a month of Samantha. Says you guys are the best for doing this. Thank you. And thank you. Bumblebee, thank you. Afton says, thank you everyone who shared, supported, and learned today. Special thanks to Bob and Allie for bringing everyone together. Thank you for your support, Afton. Sarah Mess, and I put this up, thank you, reminds everyone Thursday, 8:20, 7:45 at the courthouse. Stand in peace for Lindsay Clancy. And Bob, is everyone supposed to wear pink then? And do you have pink with you?
I don't have pink with me.
All right. Some more jewels. We appreciate that. Views through a lens. Thank you very much. Another member of Samantha's says, has she ever heard of a second parent in an LGBTQ relationship suffering from PPP? My daughter did. I mean, I wish we could have gotten this up because we just heard someone saying a father suffering it. So it sounds like there's more going on there than we know. I guess that's something we'll have to keep in mind for the next Mental Health Awareness Day live. Welcome to Tortoise. What does Tortoise get?
Family hug.
Yeah. The virtual juror says, hey, Bob and Allie, thank you for providing a space for this kind of discussion. And thank you for being there to support people in this discussion and sharing your own stories. It's so important to have. I appreciate everyone that was able to share in whatever way. Thanks for having me too.
Thanks,
Yes.
virtual.
Yes. Joelle and Carrie, thanks for the jewels. Lori gifted a Defense Diary membership. Thank you.
Thanks,
and
Lori.
Hostile Workplace came back again. Thanks for your support. My insurance, Kaiser, was sued in 2023 and 2026 for inadequate behavioral health. I used Washington and Oregon. Please go over the lawsuits. Yeah, we'll have to look into that. Birch and Deer, thanks. Thank you. Lori gifted another DD membership.
Thanks, Lori.
Yes. Melissa Filson, member for 16 months. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for taking time to raise awareness. Love y'all. Love you too. Red on Redondo Beach says, email. I have PTSD from my husband trying to unalive me. He is also on the air in LA. Perfect social justice story for Cam.
Wow.
All right. Well, the email, a true crime pod or insider at Defense Diaries. And yeah, we'll look into that.
Sure.
Samantha's Bergen County, San and Jules. Thank you. Sorry, butchering it. Just a Girl from the Six.
Just
Gifted
a Girl
20 Defense Diary memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity. And then lastly, Music to My Soul. So proud of y'all for this live and your coverage of this case. I'd be happy to help as a mod if you need it, especially if it ends up on Discord. It sounds like it's going to end up on Facebook. So we're going to have to see who can help with that and try to get it up as quickly as possible. And then when you're joining, maybe tell us your YouTube name as well, or we'll have to put a question in there. Tell us something about the live, or tell us something about the case, or so that we know we're not letting people in who are just trying to troll.
All right, I got a few Venmos. Lobster roll, Unk JB on X. Can you please confirm receipt? Got it.
Confirmed. Thank you for your generosity.
Hoping this is the right Bob from DD. Picture looks like it's from a couple 3 years ago. Probably that was Mountain Jam. It's with me, you, and Cam. Got that. Thanks, Unk. Appreciate you. And then Kyla sent 20. You guys are awesome for doing this, Bob. What part of Mass is in your background? It's Hull, Mass. That's where I be.
Destination undisclosed. Location undisclosed.
Undisclosed. Secret location. Thanks, though. Martha, 25. Thank you so much for highlighting mental health issues. Treat everyone you meet as if they're going through the toughest day ever. Excellent advice. And thank you so much for that. And then Just a Girl from the Six. Not only did she crush 20 DD memberships, she sent 40 and Venmo. I can't thank you and Allie enough for today. It was hard, but much needed. Hopefully I'll catch you at court sometime next week. I'll be there. Let's come up, get you a family hug live and in person, if you're into that kind of thing. Let me just check one other thing.
Cash App, PayPal, and Apple Pay, because we've been putting it out there. because they don't take YouTube takes a big
Yeah.
old 1/3 of everything. So I know people have been using
What is
Cash
today?
App. Today is the 15th, but if you see
Oh,
anything from the 14th, throw that out there too. I don't know if
Okay.
you did it on your lives.
Yeah, Lisa sent 20 on PayPal. Thank you both for who you are and how you show up for people. Well, thank you for
noticing
us. We appreciate that and noticing. Yeah. The great Mark Cunningham on the 13th through 10 at it said, get a coffee and enjoy that sunrise. And it's been a tough week. You've earned it, sir. Thank you, Mark. We always love you, man. And then I'm going to go all the way back to the 12th because I don't know that I gave love for this and like wasn't on. So Linda sent $34. It was probably 35 actually at some point for your Lindsay Clancy coverage. Thank you.
And then you've
so
got,
much.
sorry, we're going to say another one because we got a couple. The therapist, became a member. I don't know if that's a new member or you've been around the chat. So glad to have you. What's therapist get?
Big giant family hug. That's what she
Yes, thank you.
And you forgot mom of a gladiator. Family hug. She was
how'd I do that?
She was the first one up. First one up. I
And
seen
then
her.
Sarah Jane says, I wish Mr. Reddington would call a witness via Zoom, show the jury firsthand the difference in the tech issues versus the in person. # on the television. Yeah, right. I hear you.
Yep.
And thanks for your support. And
Lily sent 5 on Cash App and said,
Thank
for
you.
mental health awareness, keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. J-Man H2S says, not just sleep quantity, but sleep quality disorders. Sleep studies, sleep clinics should also be in the toolbox. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
And thanks, Jen, for the jewels. We love the jewels. Anything else, babe?
Jewels. No, so we will definitely have the second one. I have still a ton of emails. And again, if after today or if today you came on and you sent an email, just do me a favor, let me know because I pulled them all out and they're like in a folder for a conversation. So I have all of them in there. I just don't want to be reading.
Yes, Sarah, we will. So Sarah Moxie, thanks
Yeah.
for your generosity, says, so you still be accepting stories to share? Yes. If so, would someone kindly post info as to where to send it? I also love and appreciate both you and Bob. So there's 2 ways to do it. One is you can email your story to a true crime pod and make sure you say in there whether you want your first name shared or not shared, whether you want your whatever you want shared. The default's going to be not to share unless somebody says to share. And then there is the speakeasy, which is where you can leave your voicemail. SpeakPipe, where you can leave your voicemail. It's on the YouTube community page. Maybe we can pin it, babe, or move it up. I don't know if that's like an option. And then I know I've got it right here. So let me, and it's also in the description to this chat, to this live. It's in the description to the live, both ways to do it. Yeah, I forgot about that, which is why I had.
And I did get a Zelle from Carla. I know Carla was trying to send it. I got the 25. Thank you very much, Carla and Zelle. Appreciate that. All right. So first of all, I just want to thank everybody who was
and thank you, the therapist, for the one gifting a membership. Thank you. Sorry, babe. Sorry. I thought you were about to end it, so I wanted to get that
I was
in.
thinking, so everyone that was brave enough and courageous enough to share their stories, number one, we're honored, truly, that you have enough trust in us, because I know that was really, really hard for a lot of you. So thank you for trusting us with that. And I think it made for a really powerful day. And, we're not done. We're not done. There's a lot more to hear. I mean, and again, everything doesn't have to be postpartum. There's so much to talk about, and it's a big area. and we have space for everybody to talk about it. And, you know, we'll take on all comers, you know, and you've got a place here so that we can keep this conversation really rolling because it's that important. So thank you
So
for all that.
don't forget to, if you have any interest in the private group that's going to follow from this, go on Facebook, and I don't forget what it's called. Like, follow, subscribe. I forget what it's called on Facebook, to Defense Diaries podcast. And then it's going to be a private group in there. There may already be a private a group, but that is not the group. This will be a special private group for just you know, the Mental Health Awareness Day continuation. And if you haven't subscribed, you're out there on X, you're out there on Facebook, please hop over to YouTube just to subscribe. It's free. It's free.
It is free.
It really helps us. It really helps
Like,
us.
share, subscribe, all the YouTube things. And then Afton, throw Afton up. She threw a 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you, Afton. We adore you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Bill. Loving the trophies.
Mods, thank you for putting in 8 hours of hard work today. We truly appreciate you. And that's Mods from Samantha's channel as well. And I think Karen had hers in here too. I don't know if she had a mod
Defense
in here.
Diaries on Instagram and
Yeah.
Snapchat.
Yep.
I mean, not Snapchat, TikTok.
TikTok, yeah. It's yeah, the Insta's been blowing up. So yeah, check me out over there. I've been posting on Insta and on TikTok, but focusing a little more on Instagram. So Mods, thank you for everything that you do. And you guys, you were amazing today.
You need one more hug before you go.
Family hug.
J Cakes, thank you.
Thanks,
welcome.
J Cakes. We love you guys, old, new members, non, all of you. We adore you. You're an amazing community. You showed up, showed out today. Prove it every time. You know, it was a tough and necessary live today, and I'm proud of all of you. I'm thankful. So just remember one thing, that without you guys, I'd just be an old man
Sitting around talking to his wife.